Wall. March 9th, I'll be in Syracuse at the Funny Bone. March 10th, I'll be in Albany at the Funny Bone. March 11th, I will be in Manchester at the Funny Bone. March 15th, in Orlando at the Improv Orlando. March 22nd, in Columbus, Ohio at the Funny Bone. And March 29th, you guessed it, at the Funny Bone in Kansas City. So I am very excited to see you all there. Just search the internet. You'll be able to find tickets, and we shall hang out. Okay, everyone, hail yourselves. Enjoy this episode.
There's no place to escape to.
This is the last podcast.
On the left. That's when the cannibalism started.
What was that?
JFK. Such an important story in history.
Oh, absolutely.
And also reflects upon one of the most incredible history lessons that the world has ever been provided. We didn't start. Whoa! The world's been turning since the world's been turning.
JFK, blown away. What else do I have to say?
Yeah, that's it.
That's it. Technically, though, Billy Joel, he had a lot more to say after he said JFK blown away. That's technically when the story begins.
JFK blown away. What else have I got to say? That's the angriest Billy Joel has ever gotten.
Well, you never know what's going to happen. Hey, what's up, everyone? Welcome to the last podcast on the left. I am Ben, staring at Marcus Parks' face.
Hello.
Hello. And then, of course, we have Hollywood Henry Zabrowski out there, who is bringing us the classic hit, putting it back in your brain.
We didn't ignite it, but we tried to fight it.
I think he says they did ignite it.
No, they didn't start the fire.
No. I swear
The world's
to God.
been burning since the world's been turning.
No, we didn't ignite it. It's like he just
swear
slurs the didn't ignite it. You know?
I swear to God, they say we did ignite it, but we tried to fight it.
No, you fucking, oh my God. You don't have towels in your home.
I do have towels now.
You no longer have an opinion that remotely matters. Nothing matters anymore. What you
It
say.
all matters.
But yeah, JFK, blown away. What else have I got to say? Cut to 8 hours of podcast about just that. And thank you, Billy Joel, for the tee up.
He is the best piano man of all time. All right.
You see what those fingers do to a piano. Can you even imagine when it's like all over your body?
I can't imagine.
Now you're just channeling your mother.
Oh, my, Billy Joel. Crispy fingers, Billy Joel. The old crispy paw. Okay, everyone, we are on to part 2 of JFK.
So when we last left Lee Harvey Oswald, he'd just become aware of Operation Midnight Ride, which was a 29-city anti-communist speaking tour headlined by extreme right-wing former General Edwin A. Walker.
Actually, and it was middled by Bobcat Goldthwait.
Oh, no kidding. Love him.
Now, as we mentioned last episode, General Walker was by no means a fan of John F. Kennedy, because Kennedy had removed Walker from his post in West Germany for trying to indoctrinate troops with his right-wing views and for allegedly calling Eleanor Roosevelt, quote-unquote, pink.
Ooh.
If you cannot be a general trying to indoctrinate your troops with right-wing propaganda, what can you do? I mean, just silence the man then.
Well, I gotta tell y'all, some of you boys are just too tight. You're too delicious to need handouts from the government. Your cocks are too long and elegant to allow abortion.
General, why is it that you always mention the size of our cocks when you're bringing up abortion rights?
Listen, I think that we could have a longer discussion about this in the shower so I can make sure that you're as American as possible, because a true soldier will get hard for his general.
I'm going to call our president, Mr. Kennedy, and try to get you removed from your post. Is that cool?
Well, Walker had been portraying himself as a righteous and patriotic anti-communist martyr, saying to anyone who would listen that he'd been a victim of the covert communist agenda that was being pushed by JFK along with various other insidious communist elements in the government and the country at large.
These people from across the Iron Curtain, they want us to start eating rice. We ain't eating rice in Texas no more. We eating elbow noodles. Let's give the elbow to communism.
Ooh, I love elbow noodles.
Now, somewhat to the credit of Texans, when General Walker ran for governor in 1962, he placed last among the 6 Democrats on the 1962 gubernatorial ballot.
Ooh. Ooh.
Yeah, I mean, he was a Democrat.
There you go.
He was a Democrat?
The
There was
Democratic-
a big switcheroo that happened.
Yeah, there was
Oh,
a big
the
switcheroo.
switcheroo.
Yeah.
A little flip-flop, something like that. We can yada, yada, yada.
Yeah, we can yada, all that, yeah. But that still meant that 138,000 Texans voted for General Edwin Walker.
138,000 people at least voted for shrimp-flavored M&Ms. Do you remember when they were trying to get the new flavor? I think it was the new flavor M&Ms or with color. Oh, yeah. It was scrotum gray was what they voted for.
Tastes like shrimp. That's the scrotum.
What that meant was that Walker and those of his ilk, such as supporter George Lincoln Rockwell, who was the leader of the American Nazi Party, very much had a strong contingent in Dallas when Lee Harvey Oswald lived nearby in Fort Worth.
So they literally were like, you can call me a Nazi, but don't you call me a communist.
Well, I mean, there were people like General Edwin Walker that were like, yeah, well, he may be a Nazi, but at least he's not a communist.
Different set of standards.
With different set of standards, and they also made the strange bedfellows excuse.
I also don't know. I think it's got heavily to do, with the racist vibes and who's allowed to do what. They really love the Nazis' ability to tell everybody exactly what they are supposed to do with their bodies and their religion.
Right.
And since Walker was so far right-wing, and since he had the support of the biggest Nazi in the United States, Lee Harvey Oswald saw him as a fascist, which honestly is a pretty fair assessment to make.
Okay.
And just before Operation Midnight Ride was about to commence, Lee Harvey Oswald and George de Mohrenschildt, Oswald's only friend, had a conversation about Walker at a party they'd both attended.
What a bash that must have been.
I am sick and tired of all these people coming up to me, again, sitting alone in my room, just having a nice day. Just coming to my door?
You sent out an invitation.
What is this, cheese? This is just old milk. Cheese is just old milk.
Yeah, but this is a great party. You want to talk about communism and how it's, not that bad?
Well, according to George, Oswald was entertaining the old question of what one would do if they had the chance to stop Hitler from rising to power. It's a fun little thought exercise.
Sure.
And of course, he's comparing Hitler to General Walker. And George almost offhandedly said that anyone who killed Walker would be doing society a favor. And so, thinking that this was finally his chance to be more than an armchair revolutionary, Lee Harvey Oswald decided that he was going to be the person to stop what he saw as a new Hitler before things got out of hand.
So he did the Cousin Eddie route? That's his
He
defense?
went down, wrapped a bow around him. He's just like, look what I did, everyone. And everyone's just like, that's symbolic.
But there had been other events occurring in the geopolitical realm that had influenced how Oswald was looking at the world. Just the year before, America had been involved in a disastrous operation that came to be known as the Bay of Pigs invasion.
Now, how could that be bad?
Honestly, Bay of Pigs, I don't want to invade a Bay of Pigs. I'd love to be invited to one, though.
It's a luau.
And I pick the big, fattest, most succulent one, and I would seduce him, and he would think that, I'm about to go and be, what a nice home I'll have, and what a nice setup I'll have, a little PS4 television. I'll lie to him, and then slit his throat in the night.
Operation Midnight Ride.
Well, to make a very long story short,
Yes.
Cuba at that time had just been captured by Fidel Castro, who, if you'll remember, only died about 4 years ago after stepping aside to let his brother rule Cuba in 2006.
He officially died 4 years ago. He died 38 years ago. The man was on life support forever.
You kept the brain alive. That's the only part that matters.
Yeah.
That's true.
Now, back in the 60s, Fidel Castro was a bit of a boogeyman in America because he'd led a revolution in Cuba that replaced a dictatorship that was friendly to the United States with a communist state that was friendly to the USSR. And all of this had happened just 90 miles from Florida.
And that's where my father was bravely defending our country during Vietnam on a submarine in the Gulf of Mexico, pissing into Cuban waters. So they would know. You see where this beer piss is floating? That's where you can't come with your communism, Cubans.
It takes a hero.
It does.
And so, the CIA, using money that had been allocated by President Dwight D. Eisenhower, sponsored and trained a group of Cuban exiles on the hope that they would retake Cuba and replace Castro with someone more in line with U.S. interests and ideologies.
And that worked out great, right?
Yeah. See what we have here? It's called a potato gun. You're gonna want to go in there. Now, people will you will scatter the people because they're hungry. They will try to get the little potato pellets. But this potato pellet can also penetrate the mind of a communist.
However, while this program began with Eisenhower, the actual invasion took place in the first year of John F. Kennedy's administration, and the entire operation was a massive failure, specifically because of John F. Kennedy.
Someone forgot the pineapples. You can't eat pig without pineapple.
Without pineapple, none of this is al pastor. This is a obviously very complicated story within history that we're boiling down as much as possible. But this is another one of those. Let's just keep counting the amount of enemies John F. Kennedy was breeding during this time period.
Absolutely.
Well, basically, the United States was supposed to provide air cover for the anti-Castro forces as they stormed the titular Bay of Pigs. But
he sets us up for that. That's why I didn't laugh, because Marcus sets us up, because he always says, and that's when he returned to duty. And then, titular. Like this isn't going to, the fat boys are going to laugh at this, he says as he writes.
He is right.
But the United States had publicly said that they were not going to directly involve themselves in the fight for Cuba. They said, this is between the Cubans. We're not going to provide any sort of military resources. And of course, that was a lie.
You say lie. We say secret. It's just a little secret that we're not going to we're just not going to tell everybody that we're going to help them. We're going to kind of force help on them.
Yes.
In a way that they will definitely love.
But when it became obvious to the entire world that the United States was indeed interfering in Cuba's affairs militarily because we had bombed Cuban air bases the day before the invasion, John F. Kennedy pulled the air cover for the invasion itself, and the operation failed.
Now, of course, it was a dead giveaway when the remnants of the bomb were nothing but hot dogs. And that is tried and true when a U.S. bombs someone. We always put a little hot dog in every bomb.
Hey, man, because it's always important. We may not get you with our dynamite, but we can maybe get you with a little bit of heart disease, which is what we've been sending around this world for a very long time.
Absolutely.
But they openly told him that they only had half of forces that they needed to do this invasion of Cuba. Literally a full-on, the long goal, it seemed like they did a little toe in, saying it's kind of it's an invasion of Cuba, but they didn't really fully say no, we are gonna go take Cuba. We're gonna go take over the whole thing. They tried to do it light style, like a diet invasion. And then when they couldn't pull it off, JFK pulled it. I also did not know until researching it a little bit was that they had actually already done a round of air cover. There already was that whole, they sent a bunch of planes over, they bombed
the bases.
Cuba.
They bombed a bunch of bases, That's how everyone found out that the U.S. was a part of it, because someone from Cuba went to the UN and said, the United States is bombing us.
And then the U.S. was just big if true.
Doing the Gmail undo button. I mean, no, it wasn't us.
It literally is just a classic American. This is an example of just classic American foreign policy, where you go and you attempt something and you come back and you're like, they're really serious about being a sovereign nation. So turns out they're dead serious about it. I don't know why, but they love it. They love what they perceive to be freedom.
Well, since the United States had still involved themselves halfway, Castro was able to portray himself as the man who was able to defeat the military might of the United States, even though he hadn't really. If the United States had fully committed, he wouldn't have stood a fucking chance. But that perception that he had beaten them back elevated his status in Cuba to even more of a national hero. And since the U.S. had acted aggressively, Cuba's relationship with the Soviet Union only got stronger, which of course led to the Cuban Missile Crisis the following year, which almost resulted in the literal end of the world.
Very dangerous. Both, of course, the people on board had the right. They could have bombed whatever. Thank God for the leaders on those vessels that they did not.
Well, naturally, this massive public failure on a global scale was gold for an anti-Kennedy firebrand like General Edwin Walker, and part of its Operation Midnight Ride speech was a strong suggestion, almost a command, that Kennedy should kill Castro. And who should be a gigantic supporter of Castro but communist superfan Lee Harvey Oswald? He had recently decided that Cuba was the true realization of the communist state, as opposed to the Soviet Union, who had been nothing but a disappointment.
I mean, it is the Florida of communism. It is a much better place than the USSR.
Lee Harvey Oswald got mad like a Metallica fan after the Black Album, saying that USR went pop. Right? They are now doing. They are no longer true hardcore metal. That Fidel Castro, though, is just sexy enough to get his attention.
So, 3 days after General Walker gave his speech publicly calling for the death of Fidel Castro, Lee Harvey Oswald began planning his first assassination by doing reconnaissance on Walker's home.
See, this is where, no, maybe that's a bad sentence to say. I was just going to say this is where Lee Harvey Oswald could use his powers for good, but maybe that's bad to say. But no, you know what? He's a Nazi. No, I'm going to stick with it. I'm going to say this is where he could use his demonic superpowers for good.
Well, telling his wife Marina that he was trying to find a faster route from his job to Jaggers to an evening typing course.
Lock up your kids, ladies. It's an evening typing course.
Nothing like a nice midnight typing course.
Well, telling her that that's what he was doing, Oswald started spending his off time studying maps of Dallas, even though his job and the typing course were only a couple of blocks away from each other. But he said, I gotta be efficient here. I gotta figure out the best route. Meanwhile, Marina's life was only getting worse. Oswald would constantly threaten to send her back to Russia while at the same time being horrifically violent. One time, he choked her because she couldn't make red beans and rice, telling her that he wouldn't let her get out of this marriage alive.
Jesus.
I won't let you get out of this marriage alive, which is not a good thing in the vows as well.
No, not at all.
Technically, that is till death do we part.
Yeah. You're not getting
but
out
not
of this
if
thing
it's
out
done
alive.
to
Yeah.
you.
That's why if you're a bridesmaid or a groomsman, just carry a little red flag in your back pocket during every ceremony and just raise it if anyone ever says that.
Well, I think you could say, one of us ain't getting out of this thing alive.
It's very dangerous. Yes, okay.
Is that a threat or a promise? But you see him looking at the maps and being like, oh, I don't know what to do, Marina. I don't know how to get to work faster. I got it. I should start living at work.
What are you, George Costanza?
Yeah.
Well, eventually, things got so bad that Marina tried hanging herself.
Oh, my God.
But when Oswald found her tying the noose in the bathroom, he slapped her in the face and called her stupid for even thinking about it. But while all this was happening, Oswald had discovered where General Walker lived, so he started visiting Walker's house and taking photos of the entrances, further extending his secret spy fantasy life.
Because now he's in full spy cosplay in his way. He is out there. He now has a mission. Because, again, during this whole time period, especially the first half of his life, he was so sick of being what we called, he said the armchair revolutionary.
Yeah.
Now he's really gonna get his boots on the ground, and he has been so excited for this. There's a really interesting book that I started reading called The Idle Warriors by Kerry W. Thornley, who served with Lee Harvey Oswald during when he was in the Marines, and he wrote the first draft of this book came out before the assassination.
Wow.
And it's essentially a character study of Lee Harvey Oswald and what he was like when they were all stationed together. And it paints a portrait of an overly serious person to the point of ridiculousness, where he is now overcome with how everything's a fucking sham, like he goes full, everybody's a fake, there's no such thing as reality, he's getting like really, really deep. But it is an interesting character study to kind of see what happens here, where he's looking for meaning. All the time. He kind of has this idea that he is supposed to be a part of the wind of fate of history, and these are now him trying to take his like active shots and making himself a part of history.
Then, on March 12, 1963, Oswald ordered a 6.5 millimeter Mannlicher Carcano rifle, complete with a scope, for $21.45, and he ordered it under the name of Alec Hedel. This would be the rifle that Oswald would eventually use on November 22nd, 1963.
He just got it out of a magazine, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
Oh, yeah.
Now, this rifle has become a heavily debated subject over the last 57 years, just like pretty much everything else in this case. One of the nagging questions about the rifle is why Oswald would order it under an assumed name when he could openly walk into any gun store in Texas and get one the same day.
And he could use the fake ID that he already had. He literally could use the fake ID, buy it under an assumed name. Why would you create this whole paper trail?
If you want to see a conversation that involves a lot of people adjusting their belts, it's when they talk about this gun. I don't. It's really interesting.
Well, there are two reasons behind this action. One mind-numbingly mundane, and the other a little more complicated. The complicated reason is that Lee Harvey Oswald was continuing his secret communist super spy fantasy, and ordering a rifle under an assumed name to a P.O. box is just what a spy would do to avoid the attention of the FBI. But the more mundane reason, and honestly probably the one that had the most bearing on this decision, was that Lee Harvey Oswald had a coupon.
No, hold on a second. Wait. This whole thing is about couponing?
Hey man, even assassins gotta save money when you're on a budget.
What did it say? How much money did he save on this coupon? Is it what?
Extreme deal makers. Search for that. My mom clipped coupons for a long time. She would ban whole stores. She would not go to whole chains.
Oh, I remember.
Because of the coupons.
My mom and I, we had a great Twinkie scam because they wrote the buy one, get one thing wrong. So you actually got a bunch for free. And then Piggly Wiggly kicked us out. But we had Twinkie. I've told that story before. My mom was very smart.
It still resonates. You ever shop at gunamuck.com?
Gunamuck?
Yeah, new customers get 15% off with the promo code Kill the President.
Oh, no kidding. Wow.
Yeah.
Well, concerning the accuracy of this gun, and this is one of the biggest points of contention, some derisively call the Mannlicher Carcano the humanitarian rifle because it supposedly has a horrible track record as far as how effective it is at killing a man from a distance.
But they do know that stray bullets kill people too, right? So maybe it's just you just kill the wrong man or a small child?
It's supposed to be bad for sniping. It's supposed to be inaccurate.
Right.
Yeah, but maybe, and then we'll find out, maybe that is a key to this whole mystery altogether. Maybe the wrong man was murdered.
Ooh. What did Jackie Onassis was a man? Is that the biggest takeaway from our series? She's a man, baby. I'm going to go die.
a man, baby.
I actually
Yes,
have to die now. I'm done.
Now, take this as you will, considering the source, but the FBI did run a series of marksman tests on the Mannlicher Carcano, and they found that in the right hands, it was highly accurate with low kickback. But that comes from the FBI, so if you don't trust anything the FBI says, that's meaningless to you. But in the hands of a trained marksman like Lee Harvey Oswald, he would only have to fire this gun 10 or so times in order to identify the peculiarities of his particular weapon. And Oswald came to know this rifle intimately.
And for our gun nerds, this is as far as we can go. I know that I don't know. I don't know how the rifle works. I don't know, but that's why we're saying the FBI says it works. We don't know. I don't necessarily trust the FBI either. I don't know.
I watched the PBS documentary I watched. They did prove that it could be done. They shot those big old jelly things, which I'd love to see.
Yes.
And they were pretty intense. So there was some.
That's another must-view for the series. Watch the Frontline PBS documentary about Lee Harvey Oswald. It's 2 hours and it's fantastic.
I love Frontline.
It's so fucking good.
The best.
And so, with the rifle in his possession, Oswald put together an operations manual on how best to murder the general, complete with photographs of the general's house, a safe place to hide the rifle before and after the assassination, and a planned escape route.
How much did that look like Wile E. Coyote's plans to catch Roadrunner?
He did a lot of drawing himself.
Then came the manifestos. Now, one manifesto is just Lee Harvey Oswald complaining about the failures of both the United States and the USSR, coupled with his ideas for a future society.
Oh my God, I would love to have live under the leadership of Lee Harvey Oswald.
No jokes.
What?
There was it was called the Athenian Society was the name of his manifesto because he misspelled Athenian.
But the second manifesto was as good as a confession, as it lays out specifically why he was going to kill General Walker, mostly having to do with the fascist leanings and General Walker's extreme anti-segregationist views.
And I just don't like to be up after 11 p.m., and he only rides after midnight.
I just don't like it. I don't like it.
Then, on March 31st, 1963, Oswald took the infamous pictures in his backyard that would grace magazine covers and newspapers the world over following the assassination of John F. Kennedy. On that day, Oswald played dress-up, cladding himself in revolutionary black, tucking his .38 revolver into the waist of his pants, and holding his rifle in one hand and leftist newspapers in the other. So when Oswald asked Marina to take the pictures, she agreed. But when he emerged from their home into the backyard wearing his communist warrior costume, Marina just started laughing. Because he looked like an asshole.
Yeah, of course he looked like an asshole. She might be a bigger victim in all of this than JFK. You know, I just feel her life, it's just so bad to be married to a violent cosplay nerd revolutionary.
JFK at least got out quick.
Yeah, that's true.
And thankfully, he only got a little angry and a little embarrassed when she laughed at him. He didn't get physically violent. And Marina ended up taking the pictures just like Oswald asked. He then took the role to his job at Jaggers to develop the film. One of the pictures was given to his daughter, June, while another was given to friend George de Mohrenschildt with an inscription that read, quote,
Hunter a fascist. Ha, ha, ha. It's fun.
Why are you laughing at the end of that Hunter a fascist line there, Lee?
Because it's the only joke I've ever made. Actually, you know what? These are nice. Thank you so much, Maria. Oh, my God. Does my head really look like this in real life? Do I really do this? Can't you take this from a different angle so my legs can look long? What is this?
It's just how you look, honey. I don't know what to tell you.
No, I knew. I thought the mirror was lying.
Oh, it's always the worst when you take a picture with someone and they're like, we got to take it again. It looks horrible. I'm like, that's how you look. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to tell you anymore. We've taken 8 pictures. That's your face.
But as it turned out, developing photos at work of himself holding a rifle was a bad idea. And this bullshit was the last straw for his bosses at Jaggers. But, you know, this was really just the reason they've been looking for to get rid of him. They wanted to fire Lee Harvey Oswald because Lee Harvey Oswald was a lazy, incompetent pain in the ass to work with.
Communist.
Now, Oswald always started off at a job just fine, but as he got comfortable, his real personality emerged. After a while, Oswald was purposefully knocking into others and refusing to apologize. Just bumping and just trying to get a rise.
Hey, get away from me, huh? Hey, you gotta make room for me. I'm gonna kill the president. You know that? Oh, don't worry. I brought fish in to eat. I'm gonna cook it in the microwave.
You're gonna cook it in the
you're all
microwave?
fucking trapped in here with me, you pieces of shit.
Lee, you know how, like, The Office doesn't like it when you cook the fish in the microwave because of the smell and everything?
Guess what I'm doing now? I'm making myself throw up.
Oh, God.
I'm making myself throw up. What are you gonna do about it?
Yeah. Can we fire this guy, please? Can someone fire this man?
I mean, his fellow employees hated him so much, like, it almost came to blows a couple of times.
I would have, yes.
And when it comes to killers, as we know, there's not much that sets him off more than losing a job. So, on April 6, 1963, his last day at Jaggers, Oswald put the Walker plan into action just 7 months before the assassination of JFK.
Okay, now, like, how did he do that? Was he just like, and now the plan begins? Like, how did he do it? Like, was there a ceremony or a ritual?
He did, like, track General Walker. He scouted him. He tried to see where he came. And talk about having so much time. Now that you're unemployed, there's so much time to plan an assassination. That is one of the upsides of unemployment.
Sure.
But if you can go there, he was watching him come in and out. He photographed all of the train tracks and stuff that were kind of around General Walker's house so he can go hide. And so what he did was that he would run drills with his own gun where he'd bury a hole. He buried a hole and kept his gun inside of it, like by the train tracks. So he'd go and do time trials to see how fast he could do it. And slowly but surely built up his assassin muscles.
Man, if this did not end with the assassination of JFK, it's kind of funny. You know, it's kind of funny. Just seeing this guy scamper around a fascist house.
You know, I was actually thinking about that when I was writing the script for today's episode, is how many of these people exist in the world, but we just don't know about it because they don't end up going through with the plan.
Well, there was a kid who practiced to be a ninja in his front yard until he was way too old, I think about 17, and that ruined his social life.
I'm going to say, Marcus, that it's a very scary thought that you just said. I honestly think that there's probably, with the population of America, like, I'd say 10,000 people tried to kill somebody today and they fucked it up.
Yeah. Yeah. Maybe they couldn't find a coupon.
That's sometimes all it takes.
Yeah.
But then that's why we say, hug your aggressive, strange acquaintances.
Yeah.
So on April 6th, Oswald traveled down near Walker's house, buried the rifle near some railroad tracks a few minutes away, and patiently waited for the right moment. Because that night wasn't the right night, but the right night would come soon.
Oh, man. I didn't time this right. I got a shit. I buried the rifle. I got a shit now.
I've missed whole auditions because I've had a shit.
Well, eventually, in the meantime, Oswald was forced to tell Marina that he got fired, but he managed to blame the whole thing on the FBI.
How?
Because the FBI had been coming and harassing him. The FBI had been telling everybody at work that he was a bad person to be associated with. Every time Oswald got fired, he always blamed the FBI.
And I'm going to go out on a limb, as things go on in this case. It gets so fucking mysterious and so wooey. At some point, I don't know when he's lying and when he's not. I think he's lying quite a bit. But we're going to find out that the FBI did have people watching after him. Like, you look at he is being actively tabbed during this whole time period. So then you wonder, is this person a crazy person or an irascible fucking asshole? Or is he really being systematically, essentially stalked and maybe almost prodded into action by various shadowy government agencies? I mean, it's a lot to unpack there.
Yeah.
Well, 3 days later, 3 days after he buried the gun, Oswald decided it was time to enact the plan. He left a letter for Marina filled with instructions, but no mention of what he was about to do, because Oswald did not expect to return from the assassination of General Edwin Walker.
Nothing would have made him happier to have been killed in the line of fire. Nothing would have made him feel more of a communist martyr.
Mm-hmm. He requested that she send information to the Soviet embassy as far as what was about to happen, and to include any newspaper clippings concerning the event after the fact, because Oswald thought that this would help her to escape the country. Because he thought, okay, she tells the Soviet government, my husband has murdered a fascist, please get me the fuck out of here. He then told her to throw out all of his clothing, emphasizing that he did not want her to keep it.
Don't you keep my pants! Don't you dare keep those pants! Because I'm not going to let those pants that were made and bonded to history by my butt to be sold in some Goodwill store to some other person not a national hero.
Although he did prefer that she keep his military papers.
Okay.
And again, I think this goes back to him thinking, like, I'm going to be an historical figure.
Sure.
These things are important to keep.
Isn't it weird, though, that he is?
Yes, it is.
Yes.
Yeah. He also left her $60, paid the rent until the 2nd of May, and paid the utility bills for the month. Hey, $60 in 1963 ain't nothing to sneeze at.
That's what I'm saying. He's a communist. That might as well be $1 billion.
After leaving all that, Oswald set out to assassinate General Walker. At about 8:30 p.m., Walker was at the desk in his study finishing up his taxes with the window shades open. And that is when Oswald took aim from a path behind Walker's home and fired.
How many anti-Semitic things do you think he said while filling out his taxes?
No, it was only a fluke of physics that General Walker wasn't killed instantly. Oswald was firing through a closed window, but because of his position, he fired through the wooden frame in order to try for the headshot. As a result, the bullet was deflected so minutely that it merely passed through Walker's hair instead of obliterating his skull.
Damn.
And the bullet lodged itself into the wall just to the left of General Walker. But instead of taking another shot, Oswald buried his rifle in its designated hiding spot near the railroad tracks and ran back home.
Super spooked.
Really? Out of all
super
the practice,
spooked.
out of all the work, he already took one shot. I mean,
I'm gonna say you are stepping up to the home plate of your historical, metaphorical baseball game, right? Your goal is your Bobby Bonilla.
do not mention
It's the
someone just
15th
got
inning.
someone just had to slam a bottle of pucker because they made a bet with their friend. I'm going to slam this pucker as soon as he mentions Bobby Bonilla, and you just caused a car accident.
I think you step up to the plate. You've got your baseball bat. You're there with the hurler. He's got his burlap, and he's about to throw a real humdinger down the alleyway, right? And when you are stepping up to the plate, I do think that there's a moment in time where you're very nervous.
Oh,
And I think that the shot came out. I think he almost surprised himself. I think that he is such a loser that he actually never. There was one side of his brain that was telling him, "You're going to be a historical person. You're going to change the tides of history. You're going to do all this shit." And there was another part of his brain that was actually entirely real and probably very very aggravating, where it was saying like, "You're mediocre. You can't do it. You've never succeeded at a thing in your fucking life. You've strung all of this together." There's the little nagging voice. And then you take the shot. And then in that moment, you actually do become an assassin. And I think that after you do it, there's like a shock. Like you're like, I actually did it. I'm not the total ineffectual asshole I thought I was. But then you scamper.
Well, I think Oswald just took the shot, and of course Walker moved. Like, he didn't just sit there. I think Oswald just took the shot and then just scampered away immediately without checking to see, did I kill this man?
Oh, so he assumed that he had shot him.
I think he assumed that he had shot him. I
okay.
think he assumed that he'd killed him.
That's like one of those weird things when you see the guy at the grocery store and you have to pretend like you didn't try to kill him. You're just like, oh, Rodney, yeah, wow, you're still here. Wow.
You know what's weird? I don't mean to say anything, but like your head is like much smaller than I thought it would be.
Now, Marina was understandably freaking out because she had no idea what Oswald had been up to. But after he walked back in the door, he told her the whole plan and even showed her the operations manual he devised in the lead up to the attempted assassination. But Marina, who was dependent on Oswald for everything, had no choice but to stay if she wanted to remain in America. Because that was the thing. Marina loved living in America. She didn't want to go back to the Soviet Union, but there was nowhere else to go.
She was also kind of trapped. I mean, she obviously was trapped.
Right.
But there was a part of her, then she started thinking, because he would force her to write letters to the Russian embassy and saying, we're moving back. Like, he would do these, like, weird things, were very performative, being like, you write him and tell him we're coming back then. You write him and tell him. And so they would write them. And on some level, Marina, I guess, even said privately, if it would make Lee Harvey Oswald happy, maybe we should move back. So there was this whole, like, push and pull. Like, maybe he can go and be, at least when we were in the USSR, he had a job. Yeah. Like, he could hold a job. He was living a life. They had friends and society. And now that he's back in America, things are really fraying, especially after all this.
It's never good when the glory days are in the USSR.
Another great Billy Joel song.
Yeah.
But even though Oswald spent the next 2 nights having convulsive panic attacks out of a fear of being caught for a failure, I mean, he'd be caught for nothing, Marina said he was nonetheless disappointed that the attempted assassination didn't make the nightly news.
Really?
Yeah.
This was a big deal, and he was very, very upset. Now we're going to see a true. This is where the first showings of how deep the downward spiral is going to go started. Because again, he's like, now I'm a man of history.
Right.
Now they're ready ready for me. Now they're all going to crowd around me. They're all going to, like, because my mommy told me I was so special. Mommy said I was special. And now they're all going to show that mommy was right. I am special.
And if you don't make the evening news, I mean, what was the big story? A raccoon didn't eat all the food out of your trash? Like, what was the biggest story in the evening news that night where an assassination attempt didn't make the cut?
It's Dallas. He's got stuff going on.
Yeah. Okay. And so, on Easter Sunday, after the manhunt died down, Oswald retrieved his rifle, burned most but not all of the evidence of the attack in the bathroom sink, and told Marina that it was about time to return to New Orleans.
Yeah, we got to get down to New Orleans.
Oh, man. I already miss it just hearing it.
I know.
Zydeco.
Now, out of all the periods in Lee Harvey Oswald's short life, possibly the most contentious is his time in New Orleans, because during the early 1960s, there was actually quite a bit of Cold War goings-on happening in New Orleans. Now, one might ask why Lee Harvey Oswald just happened to be around all these weird secret military operations if he had nothing to do with them, from the U-2 bombers in Japan to covert Cold War operations in New Orleans. But people like Oswald do exist in history. For example, Violet Jessup was a passenger on the Olympic, the Britannic, and the Titanic, all ships that famously sunk or were involved in major accidents.
Don't go anywhere near fucking Violet. What are you going to do? Don't get on a ferry with Violet? Don't get on a subway train with Violet?
But just because Violet Jessup was on board all three of these ships when things went awry does not mean that Violet Jessup was the one who steered the Titanic into the iceberg. Lee Harvey Oswald was much the same type of person, but actually on a smaller scale. He was around secret military operations in Japan because he was a Marine during the Cold War.
And honestly, the book, The Idle Warriors, it really explains a little bit about the idea of what their lives were like and how you are on this covert base, but actually because it's peacetime, it's fairly boring. They used to call them, I think it was called tube dupes. I forget his name. It was like scope dopes. That's what they were called. The guys that worked radar at the airborne space.
What were they called?
Scope dopes.
Scope dopes. Cool.
And he was in New Orleans whilst covert CIA Cold War operations were happening because he'd been born in New Orleans and he needed a place to escape to after the attempted assassination of a public figure.
That's right. I remember that when you drive into New Orleans, it says the birthplace of jazz. And Lee Harvey Oswald.
But, I'm going to go on a limb here. This is my theory is that the same people that say that this is super woo-wee-woo, right? The fact that he is a part of all of these. I think the same people that get mad that when we talk about aliens or ghosts and say, oh, these are leaps in logic. We can't believe, you can't believe this. You're just saying that you're believing this. You're putting faith in this. I think the same people that get mad about that are the same people that would take very often umbrage saying that Lee Harvey Oswald wasn't directed by various clandestine forces because he was involved in all of these different weirdly specific, all of the spook shit from the 60s. He was in it. He was up to his eyeballs in it.
I think involved is a strong word. I mean, I don't think he was involved. I think he was around.
He's like the biggest WWE fan in the world who got famous just sitting front row for like 5 years. But he's never been a wrestler.
But I'm of those because I am a more woo-woo person. I believe that there's not a coincidence that all of these things are around him. I think that, yes, he was a passive observer quite often, and he was a small part, like he was a functionary, he was a pawn in a lot of these things. But I think because of that, as we'll see as we get deeper into the series, that it actually makes him the perfect, dare I say, Patsy.
Whoa.
Well, I mean, one of the main tenets of conspiracy thought is that coincidence doesn't exist.
Yes.
Even though history has proven again and again that coincidence can sometimes alter the course of the world.
I call them coinkydinks.
Of course, coinkydinks are sometimes coinky doinks.
Yep.
And when coinky doinks happen, sometimes ships sink, presidents get sometimes their heads just spontaneously explode.
You're calling the assassination of JFK a coinkadoink. That's the official Henry Zabrowski line?
Yes.
So 2 weeks after Oswald arrived in New Orleans, he found a job at the Riley Coffee Company, greasing the machines, making $1.50 an hour. And pretty soon, Marina arrived pregnant for the second time with their daughter June in tow. Henry, why did you smile when I said greasing the machines?
Coffee's helped me grease a lot of machines.
Yes, it
Toilet
has.
machines. That's it. That's all I have.
Yep.
It's 401 episodes.
Boom.
But the life of a simple grease boy wasn't enough for Lee Harvey Oswald.
Oh, come and give me a spanking. I'm the grease boy.
If they don't, when I turn 18, I'll become a grease man.
Yes, you will.
Legally.
Pretty soon, Lee Harvey Oswald shifted his political beliefs into a new phase of activist politics, and Oswald decided to go all in with his support for Fidel Castro. Now, as we said, Oswald had become disillusioned with the Soviet system, and since he was always on the lookout for a place to belong where everyone would treat him as a special boy, he picked the communist state of Cuba as his new Never Never Land.
He does understand that under communism, no one is special, right?
Yeah.
But
I don't think he
there's
does.
like some glaring misconceptions about communism.
Well, he thinks he's going to be the special one in
So
the
he thinks that
environment where no one is special.
So he thinks Fidel is just going to cede power and just be like, "You take it,
Well,
Lee."
He is just so special, Kissel.
Right.
He is so special that he will become special in a world of non-specials. And he viewed the USSR as they went closer to communism, he saw straight of like in person what it was like to live within the communist system, and he did not experience any of the weird freedoms that he thought he'd have intellectually or personally. I don't know what he thought he would get out of it, but within Fidel Castro's version of whatever he's doing, he saw, well, this is now what a lot of people have tried to tout as a successful version of the Soviet state, which is they supposed to really help. But then we find out later on that, that maybe it was not so. But I love that one, the searching for sugarcane. And I love that. I love saxophone music.
I love that too. I just
Buena Vista Social Club.
Whoa. We could all take 1/10 of the confidence from Lee Harvey Oswald. Just a little injection of that, perhaps.
So, Oswald declared himself the founder and president of the New Orleans branch of the Fair Play for Cuba Committee, and
How many members did it have?
one.
Oh, wow. Wow.
That's all you need. You are president. You are secretary. You are treasurer. You're the driver. You're the chef. You're everything. You're the most special member of the New Orleans branch of the Fair Play for Cuba.
But hey, he started printing up pamphlets so he could recruit more members.
Okay.
Now, the Fair Play for Cuba Committee was an actual organization based out of New York City, whose purpose was to provide grassroots support for Fidel Castro here in the United States. Well, the Frontline documentary said that Lee Harvey Oswald called up the Fair Play for Cuba Committee and asked them, hey, can I start a New Orleans branch? And they said, abso-fucking-lutely not.
No. No.
Come on.
You're not the face of the franchise.
What?
Do you want to start a Jersey Mike's? That's actually like way more within your talent sphere.
But he did it anyway. You know, he just said, all right, well, I'll show them. I'll show them that I'm
He
good
shot
enough
a
to
proof
be.
of concept for them, essentially. Like, he's like, let me just do a pilot. I'll do a teaser, and you can see the flow.
It must be weird having no one that wants you around at all,
Yeah.
ever.
And that's the thing is that actually they were right to not want him around because after everything came out about Lee Harvey Oswald following the assassination, it ruined the Fair Play for Cuba Committee. They had to shut down. The whole thing fucking ended just because Lee Harvey Oswald had declared himself to be a part of it.
But you know, there was one guy who was like, okay, guys, don't worry about it. I heard no press is bad press. Turns out was one, dang it.
Well, wasn't Fair Play for Cuba, isn't the whole concept of let's give Castro a shot?
Yeah. Well, Lee Harvey Oswald when he decided to be the New Orleans president of the Fair Play for Cuba Committee, completely gave his life over to this cause. He optimistically ordered 500 copies of a membership application.
And oh, wow. I do love, he's like, yeah, we're taking applications. You don't just get in.
No. You have to apply, and you have to interview.
Well, the funny thing is that he ordered 300 membership cards because he fully decided that 500 people were going to apply, but not everybody's going to get in.
No, not to an exclusive club of one like that.
And he also ordered up 1,000 handbills. After that, Cuba was all Oswald talked about, both to Marina and to what few friends they made in New Orleans, whom he regularly called bourgeois.
Oh, you know those bourgeois that are hanging out with the Oswald family from Russia.
Now, since Oswald was spending what little money they had on his imaginary club, there wasn't much left over for prenatal care when it came to the bun in Marina's oven. And Oswald was angry about it because they hadn't lived in New Orleans long enough for free care. It was because of this anger, Marina said, that Oswald expressed resentment specifically towards John F. Kennedy for the first time, saying that Kennedy's father had bought him the presidency.
The only thing that matters in this country is money. That's the only thing he used to scream. It's like money. You gotta have to have some kind of, you gotta have money to have a baby. You have to have money to have food. You have to have money to have a carousel with your name on it.
You know what?
I can't believe that there's no carousel here, the Lee Harvey Oswald commemorative carousel. And I want nothing but, it's gotta be nothing but snakes. The hardest animal to ride.
Mr. Oswald, have you thought about getting a job and making some money?
You're the funniest broad I've ever met in my life. Get a job. A job's gotta get me.
Kissel, you're starting to sound a little bourgeois.
I am not, Mike. I barely have a towel.
But at the same time, Oswald was solely focused on eventually escaping to Cuba, and he tried to use Marina to do it. See, Oswald figured that if he could get on his way to the USSR, he could just stop off in Cuba and stay there.
Yeah, definitely easy. That's got to be easy. We're in total. We just try to invade them.
Yeah.
So you can totally just go hang out. Yeah.
But, I mean, honestly, he could have just gone down to Florida, chartered a boat, and just gone to Cuba. It's 90 miles. It would take him 2 hours.
Hey, he can't afford that.
Okay. I don't know. All right. Money does make the world go round.
So he had Marina write a letter to the Soviet embassy saying she wanted to return to Russia because she was homesick, and he had her ask for financial aid to bring along her husband, a former defector. He tried pushing that defector angle again.
Yeah, you know a guy you said no to, like many times, permanently, to cut to, and then you cased him for years, trying to see what you could do. You put him under surveillance, and then you kicked him out of the country. Don't you want him back?
It's never good when the sweetheart name for your husband is dead weight.
Well, part of the reason for this begging was that Oswald had again gotten fired. Lost his job at Riley Coffee because, again, while he started off well, he eventually became lazy and would routinely wander off to the auto garage next door to talk guns with the owner.
If you're the boss, you just have to be like, you just gotta grease the wheels.
That's it.
That's all you have to do. You can talk about communism well covered in grease. As a matter of fact, that might make you feel closer to being a communist.
You go and because I don't even know what grease in the machines entails. I don't know if it's just straight up squirting butter into a bunch of gears. It doesn't seem like it doesn't take a lot of time necessarily of your day, like working hours. I feel like there is moments where it's like, as long as the machines are greased,
Right.
you can talk about guns as much as you want.
Sure.
Well, after he got fired, Oswald started collecting unemployment, which meant that he could devote himself to Fair Play for Cuba full time.
Ooh, the irony.
Now, concerning the FPC leaflets that Oswald distributed, they were all stamped with the address 544 Camp Street. Now, we're going to fully explore this on our conspiracy episodes, specifically when we talk about the theories of Jim Garrison. But 544 Camp Street was the location of an office belonging to an ex-FBI agent and private detective with the almost too good to be true name of Guy Bannister.
I'm sitting here with my whiskey and my revolver and just thinking about the old times. Thinking about that time I met old Sheila. down Montego Bay, and in walks in this large-headed son of a bitch with a dream that turned out to be a nightmare.
Why is it when I look at you, you're in black and white like noir Spider-Man?
You are colorblind, my friend. I'm a detective.
Guy Bannister was involved in the training of Cuban exiles in the fight against Castro, which was a program sponsored by the CIA. And one of Bannister's brothers-in-arms was a former Civil Air Patrol officer with alopecia named David Ferry.
The most surprised-looking man who's ever lived. If you look up David Ferry and see the pictures of the pasted-on eyebrows that he has, he's famously played by Joe Pesci in the JFK films, and it's a wild look.
Mm-hmm.
And to our alopecia listeners, I think it's wonderful.
I love our alopecia listeners.
Sure.
I don't have a lot of them.
I don't have anything against people with alopecia.
Well, you better not.
Now, interestingly, David Ferry had commanded the Dallas Civil Air Patrol when Oswald was a member of the same service at the age of 15. And some conspiracy theorists say that David Ferry, Guy Bannister, and another associate named Clay Shaw were Lee Harvey Oswald's links to the CIA. Now, it had long been debated as to whether David Ferry and Lee Harvey Oswald even knew each other back in the Civil Air Patrol, but a photo from a Cap barbecue in 1955, discovered just a few years ago, had both Ferry and Oswald in the same frame.
And laughing. It's true, they were laughing in it.
But all this proves is they went to the same barbecue.
Well, don't tell Oliver Stone that. He made an entire 4-hour movie surrounding this exact idea.
But David Ferry also went on to say, the problem is that David Ferry specifically said, I've never met Lee Harvey Oswald, I never had any time with Lee Harvey Oswald, and then you have a picture of them laughing, standing next to each other, both with the same uniforms on.
Yeah.
Doing bullshit. So, again, if you are a conspiracy theorist that has been waiting, I hear you screaming at the podcast. I hear it coming through. We're gonna get there. We're gonna get through all of this shit, and those of you that are not conspiracy theorists are gonna be just bored and sad. Well, but the rest of us are gonna get really, really hard for it.
For those that haven't noticed at this point, we're structuring the series giving the base truth first, and then from there we will go to the conspiracies. And, but without the base story, then conspiracy loses its weight.
These are the facts that we know vaguely for sure.
Yes.
If there is such a thing as facts. What is memory?
Hey, man.
What is history but a story? Oh, God.
But supposing David Ferry and Lee Harvey Oswald did know each other, it isn't much of a stretch to think that Oswald and Ferry ran into each other in New Orleans, because New Orleans is a relatively small city, and David Ferry was a highly recognizable human being. Going off that possibility, it's also not a stretch to think that Oswald was aware of the anti-communist activity happening at 544 Camp Street under the direction of David Ferry's associate, Guy Bannister. And since we know that Oswald had the mindset of a modern-day internet troll, it's not hard to imagine him printing 544 Camp as the New Orleans Fair Play for Cuba address just to be a dick.
Don't know.
But admittedly, these are assumptions, not facts.
It is just such a fucking massive coinky doink that I don't, it just doesn't sit. It doesn't sit inside of me. It's just too coincidental that he would specifically choose this address. We'll get into this. We're going to get into this.
Well, that's if you assume that he picked this address out of a hat. That's if you assume that he just picked 544 Camp Street. I think he knew about it. I really do think that this was Lee Harvey Oswald trolling Guy Bannister and David Ferry.
Okay, that's possible.
Because if there was an actual connection to it, if they were actually CIA agents, why the fuck would he print their headquarters on a leaflet promoting communism? What's the reason behind that? What is the point?
Hide in plain sight.
Hide in plain sight. But he's also a CIA agent. he's also an asset of the CIA, and now that's this whole other waters. These are worse waters.
But Will,
This is bad. These are fart-filled waters. We're getting into.
what are these? Oh, these bubbles are horrible. But the only thing we know for sure is they both love barbecue.
Yeah.
That's all we know for now.
That is actually true. That is all we know. When it comes to Lee Harvey Oswald and David Ferrie, they went to the same barbecue.
That's great.
Yes.
Now, predictably, Lee Harvey Oswald did not attract a single recruit for the New Orleans chapter of Fair Play for Cuba.
You can just see him flipping through the papers. Rejected, rejected, rejected. No one even filled this out. Rejected, rejected.
But that didn't stop him from telling Marina that he would be the Prime Minister of the United States within 20 years, owing to his own special genius.
That is a lot of conjecture in there.
Yeah.
Saying like the whole system's going to flip. There's a lot of stuff to unpack and just saying I'm going to be the Prime Minister of the United States.
I'm going to be
in
the Pope
20
of Canada within 30 years. I feel it.
But the only positive reinforcement Oswald got was a letter from the Information and Lecture Bureau of the United States Communist Party, who congratulated Oswald on his work on behalf of Fair Play for Cuba. Now, while this letter was well-meaning, it had the unfortunate effect of giving Lee Harvey Oswald encouragement and inflating his ego to the point where he felt important enough to try and infiltrate the enemy.
Small potatoes. I don't just got big potatoes. I got sweet potatoes.
Oh, my.
These potatoes so sweet, put some brown sugar on them. Maduros.
Yes.
That's what they become.
So, he initiated contact with a delegate for the New Orleans Anti-Castro Student Directorate named Carlos Bringer and told him that he was willing to train Cubans in the fight against Castro and was even willing to go fight himself.
It's just so obnoxious because he did it in his style, which is he barged in the office. He's just like, I'm going to go and I'm going to fight Castro for you guys. I'm going to show you. And he came and he pulled out a Marines handbook. And he was just like, this is how you build booby traps. I'm going to cover everything in booby traps. And the guy was just like, it's like, and I'm so glad you're here, sir. But no, you are, how you say in American, a dork.
Oh, man.
But they literally were like, cool.
Yeah.
Thanks for arriving here. And then he's just like, big potatoes as he walks out.
He is just living in this fantasy world that everyone else is just shocked when they meet him. They're like, what?
They're just wait. He thinks that everybody is waiting for a man like him. And every time he thinks, okay, this is going to be the time that I am accepted. But he might have had an ulterior motive here, because 4 days later, Bringer's friends came to the offices and told him, hey, there's a guy down on Canal Street that's handing out pro-Castro leaflets next to a sign that said, Viva Fidel, hands off Cuba.
Wait a second. Does he got a weird-looking head? Did he talk about potatoes? Yes, he was screaming about potatoes.
And it was Lee Harvey Oswald.
No shit. If you would have told me anyone else, I would have been stunned.
Well, pretty soon, Bringer joined a growing crowd of ill-wishers who started pushing Oswald around and yelling that he should go back to Russia. But before things got too out of hand, the police showed up and arrested everyone involved.
It is like the beginning of a confederacy of dunces.
It is. And he pulled a Richard Spencer a little bit where apparently that guy shows up and they're pushing each other. And then finally he's like, I'm going to punch him. I went to punch him. And then Lee Harvey Oswald puts his hands out. It's like, okay, yeah, come on, hit me. Come on, hit me. And he's just like, no, I do not want to. Not if you want it. Because he was doing the thing where he was like, hit me. I'm going to make a whole thing and go like, ow. They're hurting me. Ow. Like knowing that he was trying to flip it to be a martyr. And this is classic CIA. Playing the two sides is classic CIA. Like
I
this
just
is
don't
all,
think
and then
he's smart enough.
Yeah,
I don't know what he's doing.
That's the thing. There are a couple of possible motivations here. See, Lee Harvey Oswald had plenty of book smarts, because when he talked about communism, there are recordings of him talking about communism, socialism, Marxism. He actually sounds pretty eloquent. But as far as common sense goes, That's in short supply with Lee Harvey Oswald. And Oswald might have seriously thought that he could infiltrate an anti-Castro organization while continuing to very publicly support Fidel Castro, thinking that no one was going to notice.
He literally was the president, head of the street team. He was the copy editor. He was the janitor of the Fair Play for Cuba committee. He was the entire committee.
But the
And
problem...
he thought that being the public face of the thing, that he could slip in and do both, that he was just so fast. And so, but it's like, no, you wanted to be noticed. You went screaming into his office. You weren't a spy.
No.
You did the obvious.
Right.
You were a spore. You were something else.
Has there ever been a sandwich board that, unless there is a sandwich price on it, has been anything but unuseful? Like, I mean, every time I see someone with a sandwich board and it's not outside of a restaurant, it's never full of anything good.
But it's also possible that Oswald created this entire situation specifically so he could stoke a conflict, gain publicity, and become a martyr. Because if there's anything Lee Harvey Oswald loved, it was being a victim.
So literally every morning, Lee Harvey Oswald is like Annette Bening in American Beauty, where she wants to, she's like, I'm gonna sell the house today. He's just like, I'm going to get killed today. I will do it. I will get killed today.
Well, not a martyr like that he's going to get killed, just a martyr of getting the shit beat out of him.
There's something about the idea of being, which I think makes you a highly dangerous person, and like there's something about that concept of being like, I'm gonna gum up the gears today, buddy. Everybody's gonna know my name by the end of today because I'm stealing an ice cream truck. I'm gonna park it in the middle of the 405. Like, that's all it takes to grind society to a halt. And I think that he was kind of maybe a student a little bit of the Marxist version of like accelerationism, like the idea of build up the conflict so then the whole thing explodes and then see where everything is at the end.
Yeah. Mr. Oswald, you were supposed to grease up the machines and you have purposely gummed them up. So we're going to have to let you go.
I switched to grease for peanut butter. That's why they call me Jelly Boy.
That's a different nickname for you.
Well, New Orleans had a huge Cuban exile community, and there really wasn't much that was more provocative in New Orleans at this time than publicly declaring your support for Castro. He knew he was going to get a reaction from somebody.
And just to clarify that point wholeheartedly, if you want to know someone who hates Castro, Cubans.
Yeah.
Cubans hate, that's when Obama began to sort of negotiate with the Cubans a little bit more. He angered Floridians quite a bit because people who lived under Castro despise the man.
Mm-hmm. But no matter his motivations, once Oswald got in the box with the police, secret agent mode kicked in.
Whoa!
He lied about his address and said that Fair Play for Cuba had 35 members that met monthly.
It's not even a high number. He could have said 1,000.
He could have said anything.
35.
Okay. Keep it humble. Keep it humble.
He then asked to be interviewed by an FBI agent, and turned out an FBI agent named Quigley had a little bit of extra time. So he said, all right, fuck, I'll come in and talk to him. So, over the course of an hour and a half, Oswald embellished even more, saying that the FPC New Orleans branch was actually run by Alec Hedel, which is, of course, Lee Harvey Oswald's alias. I don't know why he did this. I don't know why he brought in the FBI. I don't know why he told them that Alec Hedel was the... It just seems like more fantasy making.
Right.
He asked to be fingerprinted. He wanted his mugshot taken. He wanted all of these things to be recorded.
But this is totally counter to being a spy.
But he is, and it's not conjecture, he is actively being watched by the CIA during this period of time. They have tabs on him. They are watching him. Him coming do this kind of stuff, there's just something about being a vector of chaos that makes you... I think that for the covert world, you're really valuable. I think that somebody that just is a walk-in smokescreen all the time is very, very powerful. We're seeing it right now very publicly with our president, honestly. We're seeing somebody who can sow all this dissemination, all this kind of stuff, all this fucking conflict. It's a really good person to kind of be like, all right, you take the spotlight now. Now we're ready for this. You're ready for fucking prime time.
Yeah, he's a good shill, I suppose.
Possibly.
I don't know. Or is he just a fucking moron? Is he literally just an absolute moron that is trying to magically think himself into being a spy?
Well, it could also be that Oswald was looking for publicity in order to get more members for Fair Play for Cuba.
That makes sense. He wants to get those numbers up to 36.
Because after he pled guilty to disturbing the peace and after he was fined $10, he found that his actions were covered in the local news.
Do you have any idea how difficult it is to get charged with disturbing the peace in New Orleans? It never stops going. Like, what do you have to do other than scream how you love Castro?
Yeah, I mean, he may have orchestrated this entire thing just as a publicity stunt to get himself attention. That's also another possibility. After getting on TV, Oswald planned a Fair Play for Cuba demonstration and offered $2 to anyone who would help him pass out leaflets. And you know what? Got 2 people.
That's $4.
He just technically increased the membership of Fair Play for Cuba 200%.
Wow.
Now, Oswald was absolutely fucking ecstatic at this point. He had 2 people working for him, and the local news was paying attention to him. And the demonstration, along with more local TV coverage, gave Oswald a high enough profile to be interviewed as the local communist on a New Orleans radio station.
That is a dream come true. To be the punchline for local radio DJs.
But he didn't think that was going to be the case. He thought that they were going to be so interested to hear about his frame of mind. They were going to be so invested. There's no way they would deeply roast him.
I feel like Bob and Tom just really get me in the mornings. I don't know why. I just like Bob and Tom.
Well, this was serious radio. This was actually, like, these are actual newsmen that are producing news programs.
Okay.
No, this is not Beaver and the Bear in the morning.
Well, you say that as if there's anything remotely close to wrong with Beaver and the Bear in the morning.
There's absolutely nothing. I love getting the let out.
So Oswald's 37-minute interview was edited down to a 4.5-minute long segment of Lee Harvey Oswald breaking down the differences between Marxism, socialism, and communism. And as I said, he was admittedly eloquent when he spoke about these topics. He didn't sound like an idiot. He actually sounded like he knew what he was talking about. But following that, Oswald was brought back to the station for a debate with his former friend, Carlos Bringer. And this debate was about Fidel Castro and communism, and the radio station had done its homework on Lee Harvey Oswald in the interim.
This is a classic producer setup.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
See, Oswald had always been extremely loud about his attempted defection to Russia, and at least a couple of newspapers had eventually spoken to him about the attempt since he got back. In addition to that, Oswald's dishonorable discharge from the Marines was also a matter of public record, so those 2 little factoids about Lee Harvey Oswald were used to present him as a liar, a communist, and a traitor to his country. Here is a clip of Oswald wriggling like a worm on a fucking hook when the host asked him how he supported himself while living in the Soviet Union, when Oswald had no idea that his time in the Soviet Union was even going to be brought up.
Did you have a government subsidy? I will answer that question directly then, since you will not rest until you get your answer. I worked in Russia. I was under the protection of that is to say, I was not under the protection of the American government, but that is, I was at all times considered an American citizen. I did not lose my American citizenship.
Did you say you wanted to at one point, though, or what happened?
Well, it's a long, drawn-out situation in which permission to live in the Soviet Union granted to a foreign resident is very rarely given. This requires a certain amount of technicalities technical papers and so forth. At no time, as I say, did I renounce my citizenship or attempt to renounce my citizenship, and at no time was I out of contact or with the American Embassy.
That is the audible description of flop sweat. If you needed to hear what flop sweat sounds like, bullshit. Oh my God! You can just hear his feet squeaking under all the water coming from his brow.
Well, after that, Oswald fell apart because the rest of the interview is just him getting ripped to fucking shreds.
It wasn't even that difficult of a question. I don't understand why he couldn't answer it.
Well, because he's lying. He did renounce his American citizenship. He was specifically anti-America. That's the reason why he went to Russia in the first place. He defected. He was saying, fuck you to America to leave. So now he is trying to softball answer the question because he's got his scopes on it. There's a bunch of people saying, so you're saying fuck America?
Yeah.
So you're saying you telling America to go fuck yourself? And he's just like, I told America to go love itself. I feel that America needs more self-love.
Right.
And that's where I'm coming from.
But why didn't he just be loud and proud and anti-American? That's his whole brand. He was not thinking about his brand.
Because he's a pussy, Kissel. Because he couldn't do it. He doesn't have a lot of spine.
Okay.
He'd suffered an extremely public humiliation, and Marina said that following the debate, he became even more disconnected from reality than he'd been before. She said he would sit on their front porch for hours, opening and closing the bolt on his rifle, aiming it at imaginary targets in the dark and dry firing the gun, while thinking about God knows what.
I don't know how to, because it is sort of like, again, if all of this didn't lead to him assassinating the president, it would be this weird kind of vaguely dangerous emo freakout.
Yeah.
Right.
He just started roaming the streets at night.
Yeah. Also started going to target practice. He'd hide his rifle underneath this big, dark raincoat, which he would wear even on the hottest of New Orleans summer nights. When Marina asked him why he was doing this, he said he was preparing to leave for Cuba and was thinking about hijacking a plane to get there.
But I tell you this right now, Marina, I'm not even going to try to hijack that plane. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to wait till the plane's going. I'm going to grab one of the wheels, and I'm just going to go up there on my own. I'm just going to fly up in the air because clouds are communists, and they're going to protect me up there.
So you're gonna.
Maybe I could just buy a plane ticket.
Yeah, why don't you just try to get a plane ticket, not grab
I'm going outside with my best friend gun. This gun is the only one who gets me.
It's a clever name for your gun. Gun is just the name of the gun?
Dude, he's a simple gun. He's a simple boy.
And he did seriously consider the hijacking plan. He started studying airline schedules, and he would physically train for days, running around their apartment in his underwear, practicing leaps because he thought leaping would be a necessary skill to hijack a plane.
Oh, God.
These small potatoes, because small potatoes touch the ceiling fan?
Just in his tidy whities.
Can small potatoes do this? You know it's kind of fun when you kind of put your hands on the table and kind of kick your legs up in the air? Up, do this. Warrior 3.
Oh, my.
I'm doing Warrior 3.
Wow.
Strangely, though, Oswald actually became less violent after the public humiliation he suffered on the radio. In fact, after he kind of abandoned the hijacking idea, Oswald seemed excited about their second child, whom he suggested they name Fidel.
Clever name.
Very clever name.
With any luck, it'll come out fully bearded.
Man, that'd be so weird. But it was just all placenta.
My worst bully was named Fidel.
There was a Fidel in Texas?
There was a Fidel in Texas. He used to headbutt me in the lunchroom, and one time he picked me up and spiked me down on the ground so hard he broke my collarbone.
Well, he's a funny guy, but why Fidel? That's a strange name for anywhere, but especially Texas.
Very strange name. No, Fidel.
Is there any
Was
other
Fidel
room?
one of the guys? Was Fidel one of the guys who farted on you?
No, Fidel was strictly physical violence.
See? So the fart guys were the nice guys.
Well, Oswald seemed to calm down for a bit, even if he did act in a somewhat eccentric manner. Near the end of his tenure in New Orleans, Oswald would sit around the house naked all day long and very hot. and he would spend his evenings on the porch screwing around with his rifle or reading spy novels. But there might have been a reason for Oswald's sudden change in personality. During that time, an assistant district attorney claimed that Oswald came into his office extolling the virtues of LSD, asking if it was legal to import, meaning Oswald might have briefly been expanding his mind.
Or he wanted to get back to the mind expansion of his times at the super secret U2 base in Japan.
Well, then wouldn't he just get the LSD? Why would he need to go somewhere and be like, is it legal to ship LSD? Why was this man so dumb? What happened?
He just was, I think the term the kids are using is extra. He's super extra. He wanted you to know what he was doing at all times and always be whatever is the most contrary. But honestly, sitting on a porch naked with nothing but sandals on playing with a gun is actually fun acid activity.
Yeah, I mean, if you're listening to Jimmy Buffett, not Karl Marx.
But on September 7th, Lee Harvey Oswald was possibly brought back to his old ways of thinking by an interview given by Fidel Castro. Although this is speculation, although Oswald's actions at this time do suggest a cause and effect here. In that interview, Castro ripped John F. Kennedy and claimed that the CIA was trying to kill him, which they absolutely were.
Why do all these cigars keep on exploding?
Think about that. We couldn't just go bomb him. They wanted to put bombs inside of cats to explode him.
Yeah. The CIA tried to kill Castro so many times, the subject has its own Wikipedia page.
They did not do a good job.
No.
While the CIA claims to have only tried to kill Castro 8 times between 1960 and 1965, a former Cuban intelligence chief puts the number at 638 attempts between Eisenhower and Clinton. Reagan's got the top. He's got the most.
They didn't want him dead. They
didn't really want him dead.
They
were invoicing hours. That's what this sounds like. That this is just a reason for an invoice because couldn't we just send shock troops?
Yeah, can't you just snipe him from Florida?
Well, they tried poisoning his cigars with botulism. They tried, of course, the exploding cigars. They tried recruiting ex-lovers to slip poison pills. Apparently, during that time, the woman went in. She got back into Cuba. She got into Fidel Castro's room, and she had the poison pills. He discovered the plot, so he handed her a gun and said, "Shoot me. Fucking shoot me right now."
There you go. Did it work? And it happened?
Did not happen.
She didn't do it.
Didn't even do it. So the CIA is not the most. The CIA is. After watching the Spy Masters on Hulu, I no longer. I mean, they are not innocent. They are not. I'm not going to go ahead and say that they had positive or altruistic motives here.
No.
But honestly, dudes, just fucking explode it.
Yeah.
Just blow them up if we're going to do this shit.
And that is a good reminder. The FBI and the CIA, even in the context of the life that we're living in now, these are not two innocent agencies.
No.
CIA has been a part of some of the worst things in human history.
Absolutely
Don't lose sight of that. That's all I'm saying.
Don't lose that, and don't think that we're fucking, blowing the CIA just because we're saying that Lee Harvey, or just because I'm saying Lee Harvey Oswald was not a part of a CIA plot to kill the president. The CIA has done some real evil, bad shit over the years.
You do get the feeling, though, why didn't one CIA agent just be like, so what if we shoot him? And they're like, that's a really good idea. Agent Reynolds, what's your idea? What if I ate poison and then we get what if we find a fecal fuel?
No, listen. Okay, listen, all right? Yeah. You eat poison.
Yeah.
We get your shit.
Yes.
From eating the poison after you die, right?
Yes.
We take that shit. We make it look like a chocolate cake.
Yes.
We send it over with the girl with no top on over there for his birthday party. He eats the cake.
Shit cake.
Which is shit.
Yeah.
Then we got him.
So, again, why don't we just go shoot him? Shut up. You're an idiot. We don't just
You're
shoot
boring. You're dumb. It's not fun.
But they did try the more mundane methods of assassination. It just never worked out.
Is there a possibility that all this is just R&D? That they're literally just doing these things as almost as an excuse to see what we can do?
Maybe.
Or you're almost... Because now I get into reading about this case fucking hurts my brain, because then there's the double things where they come up with these ludicrous ways of killing Castro as a sort of way to trump up of seeing, like, see how clever we are, like, on a public scale, where it's like these phantom patents that are being done by covert operations right now, where they're doing theoretical patents for UFO technology that we don't have yet, but almost in a way it's kind of like it's this fucking a riddle inside of Enigma, where the outside is supposed to also be confusing. Like, all of these attempts are supposed to be confusing, but on the inside we're doing something even more direct or whatever.
Hear me out. Infinity Stones. Maybe that'll do it.
Well, the thing about Cuba is that Cuba is a very small country, and it's hard to get close to Fidel Castro. Like, in Cuba, like, I know there were agents that tried to get in and try to get close to Castro, but everybody knows everybody. So they were able to fucking see this person and be like, oh, I don't know you. You can't get close to Castro.
The thing with Fidel is every time I get close, he pushes me away. And I have tried to get close to him.
And so, in the 1963 interview that Fidel Castro gave, he boldly stated that two could play the assassination game.
Oh.
And about 3 weeks later, Oswald and Marina left New Orleans for Texas so Oswald could take a trip to Mexico to beg his way into Cuba. See, Oswald wanted to be an active guerrilla, fighting the forces of imperialist capitalism on the ground, and he begun to think, possibly inspired by Castro's speech, that violence was the only effective tool in the fight for international communism.
He got all of this. He got the gun with the coupon. He can't hate capitalism that much.
Yeah, exactly. You got a deal.
Now again, Oswald's time in Mexico is hotly debated, with some claiming that Oswald never even went to Mexico. But there are not only witnesses that place Oswald in Mexico 2 months before the assassination of JFK, but there's also paperwork to back it up. On September 25th, Oswald cashed his unemployment check and took the bus down to Mexico, bragging to his fellow passengers that he was the secretary of the New Orleans branch of Fair Play for Cuba, and he was on his way to see Castro.
He didn't even make himself the president?
I tell you what, you should meet the president. You should meet the president because he's so tall and he's so sexy. And oh man, he kisses so good. And oh man, it's just so nice. The kind of, oh, you should have his gumbo.
Why is that disgusting when you say it, Henry?
Have some of my gumbo.
But along the way, Oswald would usually eat alone, and because he didn't know Spanish, he usually ended up with full meals instead of appropriate roadside snacks, because he was just pointing to menus and fully eating whatever was given to him.
Honestly,
I'll eat this, ma'am. I'll eat this. All right, what's the English word for taco? What's the English word for, what is the English word for empanada? I'm gonna have this. You bringing me dessert? You just costing me extra money? What are you doing to me? I'm not just some eating machine.
Oh, man, he's living the dream.
And
so he kept eating full-ass meals. He spent all of his money going down to Mexico, eating huge meals because he just couldn't say, like, dos tacos. He literally was just pointing at menus. And then when the dessert and drinks were included, they'd bring them. He'd be like, get this away from my table. I didn't pay for this. And they were all, like, trying to say, no, this is free. This comes with your meal. And he would shoo them away from him.
Oh, God.
And so when they got to Mexico, Oswald was predictably surly. It had a big full belly, and it had a very frustrating trip.
I'm stuffed full of guac, and none of it's going anywhere. I tell you what, and I honestly could have used some smaller potatoes in some of those meals.
Well, upon his arrival, Oswald checked into a hotel and went to the Cuban embassy to obtain a visa to Cuba, saying he only wanted to visit on his way to the Soviet Union. Of course, he figured once he got to Cuba, he'd talk to the right people, they'd hand him a gun, and that would be it.
Of course.
That's it.
Yes.
That's it. I'm the guy. They knew that. They knew that from the beginning.
So easy. Easier than cooking a pizza.
I know it.
But unlike his previous trip, he was told that it would take weeks for proper authorization, because this was after the world had almost been blown up in the Cuban Missile Crisis, and Cuba was a hard spot for an American to get to.
he would have just been treated so horribly.
Yeah.
If you went to, like, man,
Oh,
this
yeah.
man is delusional and insane.
So since Oswald only had a few days left on his Mexican tourist visa, he walked over to the Soviet embassy to see if they could help him out. And since this was Mexico, next door to the U.S., the Soviet embassy was staffed completely by KGB agents. And these agents immediately saw Oswald as mentally unstable, and they weren't any more interested in his quote-unquote secrets than the KGB was the first time he tried. So, they diplomatically told him to come back the next day so they could double-check with headquarters to make sure this guy was worthless.
As a matter of fact, we're going to triple double check. So don't think this is not dog shit. We're not lying to you. We're going to quadruple double check the triple double check as well.
Let us do something we don't normally do for the KGB. It is a pinky swear.
When Oswald returned, they told him that it would take 4 months for his visa to be granted from Mexico through Cuba, which is about as good as telling him to fuck off forever. Now, Oswald completely lost it at the embassy, reportedly saying, quote,
This won't do it for me. This is not my case. For me, it is all going to end in tragedy.
See, what Oswald told him was that the FBI was after him, and he was trying to escape persecution, trying to make himself sound important. The FBI was watching him, but they were not after him.
Well, sir, if you're the KGB, you're just like, oh, so you could just bring us a whole bunch of fucking headaches? Get out of here.
Literally, you are being, because this whole block is being watched by the CIA, this whole thing, and so
Yeah.
you're just bringing heat in here?
And the agents did indeed say that Oswald looked highly anxious, and when he pled with them again, he was hysterical and sobbing, saying, quote,
I am afraid. I am afraid they'll kill me. Let me in, please. Please.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Oswald. We don't let bitches into Russia? Yeah. You were going to make it, though. Sorry.
Then he pulled out his .38 special and waved it around in the air while he was crying, saying that this is what I gotta carry to protect my life.
I got to carry it. I have to.
How do you look weak while waving a gun?
Of course, the agents just fucking they grabbed the gun from him.
Well, the way these KGB agents broke this down, too, it's the same sort of nonchalant way the CIA always talks about their bullshit as well, where
Right.
they were just super cool and casual. It obviously could not have affected them at all. They did not give a shit. So, like, yes, Oswald, he comes in and he is very emotional and he's making a speech. He pulls out the gun and he says, I have gun, and so I just, I take it from him. But it's like, literally the way they talk about it is that he was pointing it back and forth and they said, stop. And then calmly took the gun away from him, just being like, do you need tea or something? Do you need tissue? You are crying in a way that makes me want to garrote you. I want to fucking kill you.
After that, the undercover KGB agents told him there's no way in hell you're ever going to get a visa. So he went back to the Cuban embassy to try them one more time.
He's okay.
And they too politely declined.
Yes.
And so, on October 2nd, Oswald paid his hotel bill and took a bus back to Dallas.
Oh, man. So here's your bill. It's $80, Mr. Oswald, and $5,000 in room service. You just never said no.
I don't want all this food. I've had so many chips, and the water's making me poop. And now the poop is coming out, and the food's got to go in faster.
Concerning the question of whether Oswald was really in Mexico or not, the 3 KGB agents confirmed that they spoke with them, but it's the KGB, so take that as you will.
Who knows?
But paperwork-wise, Oswald's confirmed signature was on the visa application, and his photo was taken down there in Mexico. Plus, his expert-verified signature was recorded at the registry at the hotel, which all strongly suggests that, yes, he was in Mexico during this time. Now, the CIA was naturally surveilling the Russian embassy in Mexico, taking photos of everyone coming and going. That means that they should have gotten photos of Oswald going in and coming out.
Mm-hmm.
But The CIA claims that their cameras weren't working on the day that Oswald went to the embassy, and that's why they don't have photographic evidence of Lee Harvey Oswald in Mexico.
Epstein didn't kill himself.
It's another, again, but that's also, again, coming from the CIA, so their cameras just weren't working that day. They just didn't have cameras on the Russian embassy that day. They didn't get new other cameras in there. No one was taking pictures that day, so it was a no-picture day.
Could it be that the CIA is trying to hide their knowledge of Lee Harvey Oswald because they spent countless hours and dollars trying to prevent something like the assassination from happening and utterly failed because they didn't take Oswald seriously?
That's one.
Or is the CIA trying to cover up something different entirely? Did the CIA know that Oswald was an extremely dangerous person? Are those classified documents about Oswald hiding information that pegged Oswald as a clear and present danger? Mm-hmm. And if that is the case, then why is the CIA hiding those documents?
Why are you hiding the documents?
Oh, my God. And this begs the question, who shot JR? I love that show, Dallas.
Well, those questions and more will, of course, be answered, or at the very least examined, on later episodes.
Well, they definitely released a picture. Because you remember also after this, they said the cameras weren't working. And then they said, actually, no, we do have a picture of Lee Harvey Oswald. And then it was a picture of someone who obviously was not Lee Harvey Oswald. That was what was sent to the Warren Commission. So they are actively covering up something.
Yeah.
Then there's witnesses inside of the CIA, inside of the CIA, that it said that they saw pictures of Harvey Oswald. One of him in profile, one of him outside of the actual, waiting to get inside of the embassy. And apparently they were purposefully destroyed for some reason. He wasn't one of the most nefarious criminals in U.S. history. They just kind of casually destroyed those pictures of him.
Well, to be
we
fair,
wouldn't be interested in that.
But to be fair, at this point, he is still a nothing.
He's still
He's on the radar.
He's still
but there's a lot of people on the CIA radar. The 60s counterculture was entirely the CIA.
Mm-hmm. So, after being rejected by 2 different communist countries, Oswald returned to Dallas, ashamed, angry, and bitter, and he filed for unemployment while he searched for a steady job.
Yes, I hate this country, but I will take the unemployment. Yes. Reminds me when I worked with the Libertarians for that brief moment, and the person took every single free thing the city offered. He had it around his neck, he had, the free MTA, the free taxi, and I was like, why do you do that? He's like, they're offering it. And it's like, well...
Well, after a failed job interview, Oswald finally contacted his wife, who had fully expected the next call from her husband to be from Cuba. Instead, Lee Harvey Oswald was calling from the YMCA.
Damn it, she thought she got rid of him.
I know. He complained again about how unfairly he'd been treated, and Marina said he never brought up Cuba or Fidel Castro ever again. Now, Marina had been staying with a friend named Ruth Payne, and Marina mentioned that her husband needed steady work. And so, Ruth Payne helped out Lee Harvey Oswald. And on October 16th, about 6 weeks before JFK's visit to Dallas, Oswald began his new job at the Texas School Book Depository overlooking Dealey Plaza. And that's where we'll pick back up for JFK Part 3.
All right, there it is, JFK Part 2. Thank you all so much for listening. This is, who knew that Lee Harvey Oswald, his story, this is 2 parts now on Lee Harvey Oswald alone.
Yeah.
It's a fascinating tale.
Yeah, and it's very complicated, of course.
Of course.
Absolutely. And I really appreciate our deep dive on this because, again, I did not know a heck of a lot about just Lee Harvey Oswald when we started. And I like building this case as we go. Again, these are just the facts as we know them. But I have bought some books for the latter half of this series that, Nat just straight up said it, because I think people joke about being on lists for various things. And I think that this controversy has gotten on so long that mean, it's lost some of its heat. So I don't know if necessarily just because I'm looking deep into the connections between JFK and the secret space program that I won't get audited this year. I feel like we're past it.
Well, I guess the main question here is, Henry, how much is the mailman winking at you when he delivers the books? Is he just like, oh, okay, yeah, we got this.
Yeah, he's like, another truth warrior, I see. It's nice to have that community.
All right, everyone. Well, thank you all so much for listening to the last podcast on the left. We really appreciate it. As always, we have a bunch of dates coming up in April. We are super excited to see everyone on the road. Also, I have my documentary showings in March. So if you have a chance, go to my Instagram at BenKissel1 or my Twitter at BenKissel, and you can see all the dates there. So that'll be super exciting. Check out Henry's movie After Midnight, which is very exciting.
We're still out there. We strong, having a good time.
Absolutely.
Check out all our other podcasts. We have so much shit coming down the pipe. Buy the book, BarnesandNoble.com.
Yeah.
Absolutely. We are so excited for the book to come out so you can actually touch it in your hands. And man, I don't know. Marcus, you're just a very talented writer. And I know people are going to, they're just going to love the book. So thank you all so much for your support.
Thank you very much for those kind words. I appreciate that.
Well,
but it really is a monumental success of what you've done, Marcus, and we have ridden on those coattails. Yes.
Get you a friend with strong coattails, folks. That's what life is all about.
But yeah, you can pre-order the book on BarnesandNoble.com. You can get a signed copy there. But you can also pre-order your book from your local bookseller. And I also want to thank, speaking of local booksellers, I want to thank Midtown Scholar over in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, for sending us a fantastic treasure trove of books, as they do about once a year. So yeah, if you're ever around Midtown Scholar, go and check that place out. If their library is anything like the books they send us in the mail, it is a Last Podcast on the Left fans' fucking dream.
Yes, thank you all so much for that. Thank you, Midtown Scholars. That's incredibly sweet. Marcus opened that box like a child opening up a Christmas gift he always wanted to get. I mean, it was all about how the CIA helped kill the 60s counterculture and stuff like that. But
are there books in there earmarked for me too? Right?
Yes,
I gotta see some of them. Yes.
Yeah, they gave you the alien ones.
Oh yeah, boy.
Yeah, that's what I like. I can't. This will be fun, but we will get back into some weirdness this year, and I'm very, very excited.
Hey, Henry, I just realized I want to congratulate you for not mentioning Dune. This is the first show where you have not mentioned Dune, I want to say in 5 months, and I'm just happy you're almost done with the series.
Only fools prefer the past.
All right, everyone, keep on supporting all the shows here on the Last Podcast Network. Wizard and the Bruiser, Page 7, Abling and Stop at Movie Signs with the Mad. Just please support, God. Damn it,
and thank you again for all of the wonderful support we've gotten from people through this whole change over to Spotify. We're working on all of the bullshit. Thank you again. It means so much to us that you guys have followed us over here.
Yes, we really appreciate it. And don't forget to check out No Dogs in Space as well. The full series we did on the Stooges is now out. It's 4 parts. And the response we've gotten so far from this series has been fucking fantastic. So also thank you so much for supporting that show.
So again, we are talking with Spotify about some of the app crashes. We've been bringing bodies over there, so it's very intense for them. But the big thing I want y'all to do is, if you are having problems with the app, a good thing to do is refresh it, is to delete it and re-download it, because you might have an old version of it. There's been a bunch of new patches. I know I'm the same way. I've had Spotify on my phone for years, but now I use it a lot, so it's been I've had it updated several times.
It really is just the app version of unplug it and plug it back in.
Yeah.
So hopefully that can help resolve any of the issues. And we are speaking with Spotify. We are working on everything. And
they've been very receptive.
They really have.
They know what's going on. We all want y'all to be as entertained as humanly possible.
We want you to be happy, entertained, and stick around and stick with us. We're doing our very best, and thank you all so much for the support in this in the transition. It was a big deal for us, and we really appreciate all the lovely responses and just the kind hearts of our listeners. So
a part of what you're gonna see as we delve into the world of Peter Curtin. It's not a pleasant world. Incredible mustache.
Honestly, really one of the best mustaches I've seen in a long time. H.H. Holmes or Peter Curtin, better stash? Who you got?
Oh, I mean, H.H. Holmes.
Yeah.
H.H. Holmes has got a better mustache. I'm going to give it to the American. Thank you for that.
Okay, all right.
I think Peter
Very
Curtin.
patriotic.
Peter Curtin has sort of a diagonal Hitler, which is before it wasn't a Hitler at the time.
No.
It was a chaplain at the time, and so you can sort of forgive that. The only thing you can forgive him of is wearing the Hitler mustache at the time.
Okay, interesting.
Well, the term vampire actually seems insufficient to describe Curtin. He is a true blood-sucking creature of chaos and death, killing without reason, pattern, or conscience. Scarier than even the most gruesome piece of folklore.
He's living his #worst life.
I see. Okay, so when it comes to vampires, we covered Richard Chase, of course, vampire of what was that?
Sacramento.
And now Curtin. When did vampires become sexy? Because both of these guys are horrifying, and there were so many girls growing up in high school. I blame Brad Pitt for this.
Oh, yeah.
Being like, vampires are the sexiest. But this is what they look like in real life.
And Rice is who to blame.
And Rice.
It started with Bram Stoker's Dracula. Bram Stoker, because Dracula was a count. He was a fashionable man.
Sure.
They used that. They made him. He was old money. He was mysterious. The movie did that. Bela Lugosi is actually the first one we can blame for turning Dracula sexy. Because at the time, yes, his cigar-laden lips now are not attractive, but back in the day, he used to make girls snarch.
Really?
All over the place. But Richard Chase, I think, is actually what they called him the Vampire of Sacramento, and I think it's mostly because of the blood play and his obsession with blood. But he is closer to a true folklore. Peter Curtin is closer to a true folklore version of the vampire, which is something that is essentially a monster. And it's also, we're going to hit again and again, it's some of my European serial killers, too, that fill out these sort of folklore-type creatures. Because you remember, way back in the day, if you get in your Wayback Machine, you listen to the werewolf episodes that we did, we remember that the werewolf, the idea of that basically came from a description of old-timey serial killers. And so now it's like, but of anybody fits the description,
right,
it's Peter Curtin.
Now, I would actually go as far as to say that Peter Curtin is the cloth from which the more infamous serial killers of the 20th century were cut. He's got the brutality of Ramirez, the deadly charm of Ted Bundy, the sadism of Dennis Rader, and the erratic victim selection process that made Andre Chikatilo so difficult to catch.
And he also has the jump shot of Larry Bird. Well-known fact. Great at one-on-one basketball.
And you know why he remains in white man basketball history? Accuracy. That's all he had to have back in the day.
That was it.
But he also, for me, Peter Curtin's a creature of pure control.
Yeah.
And I think that we'll get deeper and deeper as we talk about what seems to be the insynchronicities of his personal life and his life as a serial killer. I think it's all about total, complete control over every aspect of his personality and life.
Hold on a second. See, this is where every time you always lose me in an episode. You're telling me there's a German who wants complete control. Complete control.
I don't know why the Germans make all the bad things. I like chocolate.
That's, they can own chocolate. They deserve complete control of chocolate.
And I will, as a 90-year-old man, I've told Natalie, if she does not kill me when I'm on my deathbed by smothering me with her vagina, she has to drown me in a bucket of Paulaner.
Okay.
I love Paulaner.
Oh, it's a great beer.
Well, the Germans do get a bad rap because before, like, World War I and especially World War II, Germany was known as, it was called the land of thinkers and poets. Because it produced a lot of wonderful artists, a lot of wonderful writers. You know, it produced Albert Einstein. Like, for the longest time, Germany was a very, very respected country when it came to intellectualism.
Honestly, all we needed to do, get in a time machine, bring Al Bundy to that era in Germany, clean them up! Get out of here, you thinkers and you poets. Al Bundy was Al Bundy, an American hero.
If you were going to choose one person, it's because Al Bundy is a character as portrayed by another man. So you're going to take the actor. What's his name?
You're going to take Ed Neal.
Ed O'Neill. It's Ed O'Neill. Yes.
You're going to take Ed O'Neill, the actor, living comfortably, I imagine, somewhere in the Burbank or beautiful San Fernando Valley area of Los Angeles in 2018, and then you're going to bring him to pre-World War II Germany?
World War I. Yes, absolutely. And clean it up. Get those thinkers out of there. Come on.
Well, getting the thinkers out of there, that's how the Nazis came to power.
Yeah, I'm going to say this. Okay, well, maybe that did happen then. I will say this, though.
Fucking
When-
grandfather
They did literally
talking
get
through
all the
the-
thinkers out of there. That's what the whole thing was.
Okay, I'm just gonna say this though. If everyone's like, I'm a thinker, just gotta ask one question: what you thinking about? Like, if it's something that happened in Germany that ended up happening in Germany, then you gotta say you shouldn't think about that.
I will say in Germany, it would have been better if we had a lot less doers.
Yes.
Well, like Andre Chikatilo, Curtin killed women and children, but Curtin was somewhat different in that he killed a few men as well. The only things that mattered to Curtin when he selected victims was that he wouldn't get caught and the victim would have no chance of overpowering him. Peter Curtin even shares something with Ed Gein. Just as Gein inspired Psycho, Peter Curtin was one of the main inspirations for the very first true serial killer movie, Fritz Lang's masterpiece, M.
And if you are, let's say you're one of the later generation millennials, it has a character actor in it, which you probably have not even heard of. It's a man named Peter Lorre, who's got one of the, yes, thank you, one of the best voices in the world. One of the most fun, compelling actors in the world. So go into your grandfather's closet and find one of these films and share a moment with an uncle. Share a moment with your papu.
Well, you have to be an old uncle.
Yeah, it would have to be like a decrepitly old uncle. That movie came out in 1932.
Was Peter Lorre ever in a Hollywood Square? Was he ever one of the people in a Hollywood Square?
Actually, possibly. I know, because he was in Casablanca.
Yeah.
He did a lot of stuff. He did, like, we knew Peter Lorre because he was in Looney Tunes a lot of times as a character.
Yeah.
And he'd show up like this. And it's like, it's got a fun little voice. He's so fun. He's so tiny. And you know he fucked.
I don't know.
Now, while Lang said that M was also inspired by two other German serial killers at the time, the main character, Hans Beckert, shares far more with Peter Curtin than any of the others in Germany at the time. And I say any of the others because Germany, before, during, and after World War I, had an explosion of serial killing totally unmatched in Europe, or so it seemed.
Is there like a sound for like, I'm the least shocked? Like, whoa.
Well, reserve judgment for a little bit, but first, let's hear about some of these German serial killers. Karl Dinky, a.k.a. Papa Dinky.
A.k.a. Stinky Dinky. I think we know that.
That's funny.
I think we know what's going on.
I hate this. I hate it.
He killed and ate at least 30 homeless vagrants between 1903 and 1923.
Vagrants denotes homeless.
Right.
Jeez.
Well, now, while very little is known about Papa Dinky's life because he hanged himself 2 days after being caught, we know the number of victims and the length of his spree for two reasons. One, he kept a ledger that listed each and every murder.
Fucking Germans.
Just imagine your last words being like, come to Papa Dinky. Like, oh, I want to vomit right now.
But you know, it's like, come to Papa Dinky. Like, he's like, I see him as a big Augustus Gloop style, like, handlebar mustache, being like, oh, look at your dirty feet. They are going to make the most delicious sausages.
It's disgusting.
Glistening, his skin all tight with nitrates.
Like, sir, is your tub full of chocolate? That's not chocolate.
You go, I will tell you, you will not know for sure unless you get in. Oh, my little treat, my little chocolate-covered vagrant.
That's not chocolate, sir.
No,
That is not chocolate, sir.
Papa Dinky's dookie.
Ah, Stinky Dinky.
Well, the other reason why they knew he had so many victims was because when police searched his house after a homeless man ran out of his door with an axe wound to the head, they found dozens of jars of pickled body parts and piles of bones that could have added up to as many as 42 people.
Jeez.
You know that if he really was in character, you'd have a couple, you'd have labeled like Kim Chi. You know what I mean? Like he would do like funny little puns, like Haunted Mansion style puns.
Yeah. Wow.
Tom Ato Jam. So I don't know.
It's actually that's pretty clever. Actually, this is horrific. How come we haven't heard about this guy before? He ate more than Dahmer did.
There's not a lot to Poppy Dinky.
There's very little known about Papa Dinky because he hung himself 2 days after he was caught, and this is the early 1900s when a lot of this was happening. So there wasn't a whole lot of records kept. All they knew is that he was born, I think, in Eastern Europe somewhere. He moved to Germany. He played organ in the church on Sundays.
I bet he did. And he keeps bringing in stomachs. I mean, like, oh, funny little joke. See how I play the organ again for you? No one's laughing.
Of course he did.
Well, the worst part about Papa Dinky, though, is that he not only ate his victims, but reportedly, he sold the flesh to unsuspecting customers in the local store he ran. Although, there's no proof of that.
There seems to be a lot of that in this time period in Germany, as we'll see as we get into the life of Peter Kürten and his childhood friends.
Right.
People just bought a lot of just like bags of meat without asking a lot of questions about where the meat came from.
It is interesting, though, because I would like to see the Yelp reviews. I'm sure somebody loved it.
That's how you know a real Yelp review is good, because that's what we've been doing recently. Every single time we say Yelp it, we go, oh.
That had to be somebody's favorite butcher.
Well, there was another guy that actually did pretty much the same shit. His name was Karl Grossman, a.k.a. the Berlin Butcher. He murdered up to 50 people during World War I and sold the meat from his victims at a hot dog stand that he ran next to a Berlin train station.
So what you're telling me is it's a great time to be a cow. Like, if this is like cow history, be like, we were totally safe. No idea what they were eating, but it wasn't us, so we were happy.
It was the founders of Chick-fil-A. They knew those happy dominance cows back in the day. My question is I actually wonder if we were joking that it may be people's favorite butchers, but people have said time and time again that human meat is very delicious in terms of, like, it's got a lot of fat content, especially if they're big and it's sweet. So I actually wonder if that is true. I wonder if it gets to a point where if you're buying a certain amount of meat, you're eating a hot dog. We don't know what the fuck's in a hot dog right now.
No
I don't know.
idea.
It's those assholes and fucking knee meat, whatever the fucking else is around.
Who knows?
And there are a certain percentage of bug parts are allowed in it and poisons.
Yep. Well, and Germans have a lot of sweetbreads.
Yeah.
A lot of meat infused
You know I like all
sweetbreads.
that.
It probably wouldn't taste that bad.
I'm getting hungrier and hungrier the more we talk about it.
This episode of Last Podcast on the Left is brought to you by 23andMe. 23andMe is named for the 23 pairs of chromosomes that make up your DNA. 23andMe is a personal genetic service that helps you understand your DNA and what your DNA can tell you about you and your family story. Thanksgiving is coming up, and what better time to discover the genetic connections you share with your family? Did I inherit my English ancestry from my mom and my dad's side, and how much is in my DNA compared to my siblings? 23andMe Ancestry Service allows you to learn all sorts of things about your genetics. With 23andMe's Ancestry Composition Report, you can explore where your DNA is from out of 150 plus regions worldwide. 23andMe can identify traits that have been in your lineage for eons. With their report, you can discover how much Neanderthal DNA still lives within you. You can even learn which traits your Neanderthal DNA is associated with, like height and back hair. See who else has a little bit of Neanderthal in them. You can compare your results to other 23andMe customers. With 23andMe, you can also get an overview of the diverse group of people who share your DNA. Find other 23andMe customers who share your DNA and ancestors. Explore matches that range from close family to distant relatives and make new connections. Is your family full of weirdos? No worries. You can always choose to opt in or out of this tool. 23andMe is simple to use. You just provide a little bit of spit into the tube in your 23andMe kit, register your sample to your personal 23andMe account, and in a few weeks receive your personalized reports online. Now through Thanksgiving, 23andMe Ancestry Service kits are only $49 per kit when you buy 2 or more kits. That's 50% off the regular kit price of $99 this holiday. Order your 23andMe Ancestry Service kit at 23andme.com/left. That's the number 23andme.com/left. Then there was Johann Mayer, a.k.a. John Mayer.
Of course. I can't. Did he want to be a comedian? Like, oh my God. I can't even. Your body is a wonder. What does that even mean? Like, come on.
Body's wonderful.
Just like...
Well, because Johann Mayer's left arm was amputated below the elbow, his actual nickname was Stumpf Arm.
Sweet.
I do like that.
I like the arm.
See, that is
I like
just
a
so
named right to the point.
Right to the point, and it's so German to be like, it's not the one arm man, it's the one stump man. It's like we're going to focus mostly on the stump because that's the abnormality, and that's the thing we're all staring at. We're not even going to notice the arm.
No, you go to Germany, and a lot of people's nicknames, I imagine, are stuff like ugly face and fat belly.
Whatever is the worst characteristic, lead with it.
Oh, yeah. And fucking Stumpf Arm, he shot and killed 5 people in 1918, and in one double murder, he cut off the hands and heads of his victims and switched them to, quote-unquote, disguise his actions.
But there's still decapitated heads and decapitated arms, and the other bodies are over there.
Yeah, absolutely. They kind of describe his actions more than disguise it. Also, doesn't he know anything? He's got to put a chainsaw on the stump. That's what you do when you got the stump arm.
I will tell you, I was not one guilty of these crimes. Blames the stump. He always wanted Knuckles.
I did it.
I'm Susan the Stump. Oh, he's never talked out loud before. It's always inside my mind telling me to not do it, not do it, not do it.
Then, of course, was the one that many of you already know. Fritz Haumann, a.k.a. the Wolfman, who deserves an episode all of his own. He killed at least 24 boys and young men between 1918 and 1924, ripping out the throats of his victims with his own teeth and what he called his love bite.
Oh, God.
And that's not even mentioning Adolf Seefeld, a.k.a. Uncle Tic Tac.
No, come on now. We can't have a Stinky Dinky and an Uncle Tic Tac in one episode.
I will say, Papa Dinky's a funny name. Yeah. Uncle Tic Tac, though, reminds me of the puppet from Saw. Like, it reminds me, Uncle Tic Tac is like Babadook, where it's like a funny name, but it's a fucking very terrifying entity.
Absolutely.
Yeah, his MO was among the most specific I've ever heard, as he exclusively poisoned little boys who were wearing sailor suits.
Yeah, you know why? Because they were making fun of the uniform of our boys.
Really?
They're out there. They are appropriating sailor culture.
Right, sure.
He killed like 10 of them.
Gotta be. Nothing infuriates me.
Hell?
Can you imagine how much rage I would have created as a little boy if I just walked around in a sailor suit being like, bet you can't buy me any candy because you're broke, old man.
They'd buy you some candy, I guarantee you that, just to get you to leave them alone.
Now, of course, there's the question here. Oh, yeah, you got him.
Get you to leave them alone.
I was ignored, and it's why I am the way I am.
Okay.
Now, of course, there's a question here. Why Germany had so many serial killers in the early 20th century? And I'll admit that this was a question that's far too large for us to definitively answer.
It requires a lot of sources.
Well, but the thing is, we actually do have a couple here, because in helping me with the research for this, Carolina came up with a couple of possibilities.
She's become a real Patty Hearst in your home. She really is just adopting. She just gave in and she flipped. Yeah, Marcus did it. She flipped because she knew she had to get into it. She had to help because if not, she was going to go insane or Marcus was going to kill everybody.
Fully indoctrinated. Interesting.
Part of the reason why we worked is because she did this long before we even met.
Okay.
Well, she came up with some possibilities. It's possible that Germany had no more serial killers than anyone else. What's more likely is that the Germans were just better than everyone else at catching them.
There were a lot of super cops, it seemed like.
Specifically, this one dude, Ernst Genant.
Cool.
He had a clearance rate of 90%.
Now, do we know that he wasn't just arresting anyone?
I asked that same question.
Okay. Because I could have if I'm a cop, I could have a great record. If I just grab you and be like, you're guilty.
You did it.
Okay.
Like, what? Yeah, we saw West Memphis 3. It could happen again and again.
Well, there is actually, not just that, but this guy completely redefined how policing was done in Germany. Like, he came up with the partner system. He came up with the rotation system. And starting in his early 20s, this guy was born to be a cop. Like, this guy, he was one of the fathers of modern profiling. He even coined the term serial killer in 1930. He was the first one to use it, although he called it the Reihenmörder.
Oh, cool. I think he was also the first cop to be solely fueled by horrible coffee and donuts.
Yeah, he made it.
That's what does it.
Actually, he was grossly overweight.
Good for him!
And had to stop being a cop because he was too fat.
That's the best retirement of all.
That's the greatest retirement of all.
Retirement by strudel. That's very, very interesting. I wonder where the basis for it comes from. I wonder why it's in Germany. Like, why do they have the gumption?
Efficiency. They are a highly efficient and highly intelligent people.
Again, what's the sound for least shock?
Well, the thing is that Carolina found an article that supported the fact that, he probably did have a 90% clearance rate that was pretty clean. She found an article called Rethinking the Weimar Republic, 1916 to 1936, that said despite despite the widespread perception that serial murder was rampant in Germany during that time, there was actually a 40% decline in the German murder rate in the 20s. Now, not to raise too many alarm bells here, but
Well, yeah, like how though, Marcus? It doesn't seem like there's anything to be alarmed about. Everything's really normal. The news cycle is really quiet and sleepy, and we're all just enjoying Halloween with no distractions.
But Weimar Republic Germany, where fascism was on the rise and the Nazis were coming into power, they were absolutely obsessed with true crime. Not unlike America is in this day and age.
Interesting. Let's move on.
Yeah, because it's a weird correlation between the entire government changing towards the worse and a bunch of people watching serial killer material as if it's sports games.
Yeah, okay, interesting. But that is quite fascinating.
Yeah, I mean, it was just a part of the culture of Germany at the time, is that despite things being the least violent that they ever were in Germany, the widespread perception was that crime was rampant, crime was everywhere, and people were absolutely obsessed with true crime. So they talked about it all the time. They wrote articles about it. They wrote books about it.
Which is why we read more about German serial killers than we would, because essentially what I imagine is sort of like either the pulpy magazines or that kind of the true crime literature at the time would build up the ideas of all of these murderers and shit, which is why we're getting them now.
Yeah.
Which is why maybe in other cultures, a lot of it had the reason why we don't hear a lot about, because the closest country we get to Germany is France, but like we don't hear a lot about Italian serial killers and shit like that because
the Monster of Florence was a pretty big one in Italy. But
the Germans, they talked about it. Like how we know that every time you hear a crazy story, you're like, that's Florida. But in reality, that's also like Wisconsin and Arkansas. It's just the sunshine laws and stuff like that.
Yeah, we just know all of the details in every single crime in Florida because of the laws as to how much the newspapers can access criminal records in Florida.
And they were still were they doing like newsreels when they went to the cinema? It was all newsreels, right? So this is probably pretty exciting stuff.
Very exciting stuff.
Keep the people in the seats.
Oh, yeah. However, the monster we're covering today, despite Germany having that super cop, he was not actually caught by the police. His reign of terror was so erratic, yet so somehow controlled, that it was finished only when he decided it was. So in addition to being a murderer, Peter Kürten was also a prolific criminal, impulsively committing assault, theft, rape, and arson for no other reasons than pure deviance and social misanthropy. And although Kürten's victims spanned a range of ages and included both men and women, Kürten didn't kill the less dead to satisfy his urges, like most serial killers do. Rather, Kürten killed victims who would specifically be missed.
he is a villain in all true meaning of the word. He is a guy that did every single thing he could to maximize pain, terror, and deviancy. There was something about it. It's like, you know that if he did it to then make sure he then did it as fucked up as he could do it.
Yeah.
And then he loved telling everybody about it because he liked the look on their faces when they would register what he did. And he would oftentimes speak to his victims while he, in mid-murder, he would tell them like, I am the devil. I do this all the time, and I will do it 100 more times. You're just one. You're just one.
Calm German, very scary.
Always.
Very scary. So he went after the aristocrats and the wealthy and stuff like that.
Every stripe.
He didn't go to aristocrats and the wealthy. Like,
Well,
he never
specifically.
No, not he didn't go for rich people. He went for people like children. He went for young women.
See.
I mean,
Okay.
he went for like one of his victims was a fairly prominent man in his little suburb. He was a mechanic, but he was still like a well-known mechanic. He was well liked. He chose victims whose deaths would have the most impact on society at large.
Absolutely, man. You killed a town mechanic. That is a huge, huge disservice.
But Peter Kürten, on his way, was a missionary killer.
Yes.
Because then we're seeing Panzram, a stripe of Panzram in this, where he viewed all of society as his enemy.
Yeah, it was part of the point, because besides the obvious sexual component, in which, Kürten totally admits to this being an absolute sexual thing, he believed that society had wronged him in the past. So therefore, society must pay with those most precious to it.
So he just got super aroused every time he saw a broken down car. He's like, once again, the mechanic won't fix your vehicle.
I would put him up if they're, again, I don't want to talk about it all the time like this, but if Albert Fish and him were in a horny contest, I don't know who would win. Wow. I don't know how you measure who's the most horny. I think you just show him round objects and then move to square objects if you're still getting hard. But Peter Curtin used to get so hard so often that it was a part of it. It was this driving force, like literally a driving force since he was a child.
Okay.
Well, however, although Peter Curtin was a ghastly, repulsive monster on the inside, he appeared to the world as the very definition of a well-put-together man. He was described as slim and good-looking. He put great care into his appearance every day. He wore cologne, and he kept his hair slicked back full of pomade.
Yep, got that pomade.
You know, he looks really good, and that's a part of, again, but this is my feeding to my theory of his system of total control, is that he wanted to make sure that he looked exactly how he wanted. He wanted to be beautiful doing it. He technically, that is sort of like the satanic ideal. He wanted to be the monster. He wanted to be the monster, but I also can fool you. And I have a wife, and I have a house, and I have a job, and this whole normal side of my life is also a part of my sexual game.
So very type A, complete opposite of our vampire of Sacramento.
Definitely. And the appearance thing, that was the last ingredient that allowed Peter Curtin to kill at least 9 people, probably a lot more, and it allowed him to attempt to kill dozens of others. So, perhaps Peter Curtin shared more with the modern version of a vampire than it seems at first glance.
And he could turn into smoke.
Remember that movie Dead and Loving It?
Yeah!
What was that? Oh my God, now I'm blanking.
Leslie Nielsen.
Leslie Nielsen was the greatest. Leslie Nielsen
needs an enema. That's the only bit in it that works.
the best vampire of all time, Leslie Nielsen.
But before we get into the story itself, let's acknowledge our 2 sources for this series. The first is Monster by C.L. Sweeney. Now, while it is entertaining, it straight up ignores huge parts of Curtin's personality for the sake of a clean narrative and inexplicably changes the murder weapon in certain cases despite concrete evidence that proves otherwise.
It's a little sloppy.
It's
Why?
very sloppy.
They did that same thing with the Iceman movie. Why change this stuff?
But this is nonfiction. It's supposed to be a true accounting, but he completely changes murder weapons for I have no reason why.
Okay.
The other source, though, is perhaps the first modern classic of true crime, whose first printing is considered by some to be the holy grail of true crime book collecting. That book is The Sadist by Dr. Carl Berg.
Man, if you want a thorough German examination of a serial killer, this book is a fucking spotlight into this dude's life. And a part of it is, and what I like about it too, because again, what do we know? How do we know as much as we do about Peter Curtin's murders? From his confessions. Peter Curtin loved talking about it. But this is one of the first books I've read, and this is from fucking the 1930s, where a doctor was like, I immediately assumed that he was full of shit because all he did was say all of these details.
Yeah.
And then Peter Curtin, it's like the taking back at the doctor saying that my confessions could be full of shit. He was like, it's true. Because of my history in the world of crime, I long and love to create false narratives of crimes. And he would talk about it. And he'd talk about how he would also lie and then not lie and do whatever. It's great. But it's a great book.
The Sadist. Okay.
Oh, yeah. It was, the guy that wrote it, he was the medical examiner who worked the Curtin case. So this guy had very extensive knowledge of the autopsies and of the bodies. And there are some amazingly gruesome pictures.
Yeah, we just empathized with Carolina's life having to deal with all the true crime research of this show, but imagine being that dude's wife.
He loves it. She loves it because he goes. He all day he's looking at stab bodies, and all night he's stabbing her body. You know what I'm talking about?
I don't know what you're...
Ba-boom, 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 with the polka music playing in the background. Nothing is more romantic than a German couple deep in their 50s.
I don't know. It's a very interesting view of couples in Germany at this time.
Well, the thing is, like Henry said, like this book has extensive interviews with Peter Curtin himself. And although he did lie, like Andre Chikatilo, like Peter Curtin had a near photographic memory. And the things he lied about, like he lied about his capture, he lied about his relationship with his wife, but a lot of his recollections more or less match up with both autopsy reports and the testimonies of survivors. And that's even survivors who never reported their attacks and were tracked down only after Curtin confessed and had no idea that Curtin was involved and didn't come to the police and say, like, hey, I think I was a victim of Peter Curtin. It was the police going out and saying, like, hey, so what happened on this night? Did something happen to you? And they're like, yeah, something did. This is what happened to me. And the thing was that, like, while the specific details didn't match up all the time with Peter Curtin, the general details did.
Okay.
He liked to play with the truth, and he liked to play with storytelling, and he also, there was a part of it is that, because he would talk about the erotic quotient of his memories.
Yeah.
He said that he could come just remembering. Like, he would go back to the scene of the crime, and he would come his pants just sitting there remembering.
Yeah.
Oh.
And a part of what it was is that I think he liked to keep the true details for himself.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, how many pair of pants did this guy have?
I mean,
That seems crazy, just walking around Dusseldorf and just like, I even forgot about that one.
Pants
You got
were
no
thicker.
idea how much shooting is going to be in this episode.
No kidding, a lot of that, huh?
Ejaculation. But you
My
know what
goodness.
it is?
I don't know if he played with stories, though. He's not Hans Christian Andersen here. I mean, it seems like he was just kind of a liar.
I mean, storyteller. That's how we say it in my family instead of lying.
So, without further ado, let's tell the full story of Peter Curtin, a.k.a. the Vampire of Dusseldorf.
If you want to be happy for the rest of your life, don't make a pretty woman your wife. I'm going to be doing a lot of dirty polkas.
Oh, okay.
Peter Curtin was born in Germany's Mudelheim-Rhein in 1883, the oldest of 13 children.
Didn't notice that also. 13. Unlucky. Interesting.
There you go.
that.
He came from a family of alcoholics, and as such, Curtin grew up in grinding poverty. And since Peter was the oldest, he'd get the worst of his father's drunken rages. Then, after the beatings, Peter would lay bloody in the corner of their one-bedroom apartment and was forced to watch his father rape his mother and sisters. And Peter would sometimes have to endure direct sexual abuse from his father as well.
I will say, in one of the only cases I've ever read this, the father ends up going to jail for incest later on. They actually, the sisters and all have testified against the father, and you very rarely get that sort of, there was some sort of justice.
So, considering Peter Curtin's upbringing, it isn't much of a surprise that Peter's antisocial behavior began at a young age. He claims to have committed his first murder at 9 years old, and there is some evidence to support that claim.
Some people say that I've murdered, but I would say some people don't like chocolate.
Well, did you poison the chocolate?
Many secrets.
9 years old.
9 years old.
Was this a murder of an adult or another child?
Well, here's the story. Peter had been invited out to a rafting trip on the River Rhine with two of his friends. As they sailed down the river, Peter pushed one of the boys off the side just to see what would happen. Now, while that could technically be attributed to a kid just not understanding the consequences of his actions, what Peter said happened next shows definite premeditation. The other kid jumped into the river to try to save the one that was drowning, but when the kid couldn't save him, he tried getting back up in the raft. So Peter impulsively reached down and held his exhausted young friend's head underwater until the kid drowned.
Can you imagine that in the movies? Like the movie version of this, like camera up through the water, like in just his smiled childlike wolf face going.
Very creepy. Very creepy. So both of those kids died.
Yeah.
Yep.
So his first murder was a double homicide?
Yeah, I mean, I guess the first one would probably be manslaughter, and the second one was, I would say, like a manslaughter murder.
And then he had to do the whole rafting trip alone.
Oh yeah,
Is that what happened?
that's what he always wanted. That's what he. But it was like, what's his name? Remember the little girl that was in that movie, The Piano, and she got nominated for an Oscar.
Yes, and
That was her
well
first film.
deserved.
Yeah.
Well deserved, yeah.
Today's episode is also brought to you by AdamandEve.com. Are you looking to spice things up in your bedroom? Been fantasizing about surprising your lover with an adventurous new toy or adult movie? Well, here's an offer sure to tickle your fancy. Go to AdamandEve.com, and for a limited time only, you'll get 50% off just about any item. But that's not all. Oh no. When you select your one item at 50% off, you'll also receive 3 free adult DVDs for a little inspiration, plus a free extra gift so sensual we can't mention it on the air. And to top it all off, they'll even throw in free shipping on your entire order, and no, they're not kidding. Halloween may be over, but may I suggest a few costumes to keep in your closet year-round. For example, perhaps you and your partner would enjoy the Put Out My Fire costume, Santa's Not-So-Little Helper, the Sassy in the Saddle cowgirl costume, or the Gluteus Maximus 3-piece men's gladiator costume. So check out AdamandEve.com today for this special offer. Get 50% off one item when you type LEFT for the offer code upon checkout. When you do, you'll get 3 free DVDs, a free extra gift, and free shipping. Just use offer code LEFT at AdamandEve.com. That's LEFT, LEFT at AdamandEve.com. When Peter was found later floating down the river alone, he was crying, and he told the authorities that the boys had fallen off the river in an accident a little while back. And the thing was, this happened. At the very least, 2 kids drowned on a rafting trip with Peter Curtin when he was 9 years old.
If this whole thing ends with it being proportional dwarfism, I'm going to be really upset. That's a reference to Orphan.
Yeah, and the thing is that we really only have Peter himself to vouch for the method of how the boys died.
And then we have the cover for Problem Child 4, which is just him alone in the raft with the 2 empty life vests next to him.
Well, either way, Peter said that this was the moment he realized he could talk his way out of pretty much anything if only he showed the emotions that people were expecting to see, and if there was no hard evidence that he'd done anything wrong.
I think it's the latter that really helps you get away with it.
Well, especially as a little kid, but it's like you can sort of imagine it because you've seen little kids do this. Where she's like, and then he fell in the river, and then Bobby went in and get him out, and he didn't get out, and then I floated down the river alone.
Horrified. Man, that's a really scary story.
Yeah.
A sociopath 9-year-old.
Have you seen Facebook? It's most of that.
No, I think that I don't even know what the kids are on anymore.
Now, Peter Curtin didn't become the Vampire of Dusseldorf all on his own. Like Richard Ramirez, Curtin got outside help in developing his eventual monstrous persona.
Yeah, of course. You need to get the Monster Squad. He had the mummy, he had the werewolf, he had...
But in real life.
Okay.
Well, besides the almost daily torments of his father, both seen and experienced, Peter made friends with a dog catcher in his apartment building in Dusseldorf.
Well, I love catching dogs. Look, we got Puffin right here. I get a little pets. It's so nice. It's nice to get them on your lap.
But they kill him.
Yeah. Well, apparently back then, a German dog catcher didn't just roll around town picking up strays to bring them back to the pound. Dog catchers back then would catch dogs, kill them, and butcher them for meat, selling the lard to doctors to, quote-unquote, fix cobwebs over wounds.
Can you imagine being in the urgent care, right? Like you just chop the tip of your thumb off while chopping garlic, but while screaming about your manager, right?
Now, was that a personal story for you, or?
And so you're in the, but they go and they patch it up. They stitch it, and we're like, we just want to say, it's just like, you know, it's like, go ahead and we'll take your insurance, great. And it's like, and also, you can thank you're the fixing your injury too. Muffins. And I had the little picture of the dog that you got the lard from.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
Well, this sort of work naturally attracted a certain sort of person.
Yeah.
What?
I would think so.
And it seems as if the dog catcher that lived in Peter's building was among the worst. This guy tortured and mutilated his catches before killing them, and then, once they were dead, he would have sex with the dog corpses.
What?
All while laughing like he was having the time of his life.
All right. How? What is
Like doing the Dom DeLuise laugh as he's
okay? What?
as he's fucking these dogs.
Right. Instead of getting dies in his
Dead
lap.
dogs.
What on earth? How do we know this? How did this evidence come to light?
Peter Curtin. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah, and Peter said, like, he did all of this in front of Peter, and Peter was 9 years old. And this whole time, the guy's gleefully encouraging Peter to do this.
All right. So Peter Curtin didn't have a chance in hell.
He did not.
Basically,
No,
right?
no.
This is brutal.
This is absolutely brutal. Yeah. Peter said the guy even showed him how to make a dog ejaculate. And
What every 9-year-old boy wants to know.
And the dog catcher said, or he said the dog catcher told him that after you did that to a dog, according to Peter, quote,
An animal like that can't even be beaten away.
You know what? I'm going to
Making it come.
I'm going to retroactively put gold star on this right here. This is nasty.
I did forget. This is like a gold star. Like this is like through and through gold
Well, you're
star.
just springing it on us, Marcus. I did not have my gold star brain on.
I could just imagine the dog catchers being like, Peter, you're a fun guy. You're a funny little kid. I know I'm 45 and you're 9. We're having a fun time, right? You're enjoying yourself. Yeah, I drink water. I drink beer instead of water because the beer is cleaner than the water. Yeah, you see, we're having fun time. You see, gentlemen. But I want to show you something special, something fun. We've never done this before. You know that dogs make horrible milk?
Oh, my God.
How do they do it? Oh, I tell you, you pull on that udder. You pull on that udder till it squeals.
That's not milk.
Well, so after this, that began an adolescence of bestiality for Peter Curtin.
Now, this is actually a serious question.
Sure.
You grew up in a rancher's lifestyle.
Yep.
Right?
In a rancher town, like the lifestyle was, it was fine, but yeah, a ranch town, yeah.
With people that are surrounded by animals, how often and how normalized is bestiality?
By the time I was, a teenager, it was.
If you end that sentence with had sex with 18 dogs, the podcast is over. And
in many ways, it's over.
By the time I was 18.
No. That was a completely out of vogue. But back in the day, pretty prevalent.
So so someone's having sex with a cow. They're like, it's pretty in vogue right now. You're gonna want to do it too.
It's pretty cool. Well, having sex with cows is so 1975.
Oh, you mean it's out of vogue?
Yeah. I had sex with a fish yesterday. That's how cool I am. I'm a regular David Bowie.
Wow.
No, I've heard many a story.
Well, if you really want to go mine through the round table of gentlemen episodes, I'm sure we've had a conversation.
I'm not supposed to talk about it anymore.
But I'm just curious about whether or not
it's pretty normal. But in where I grew up, like you're talking about calves, so it's a larger thing. They got hooves. They're gonna hurt you if you're not careful.
Yeah, man. Yeah,
you usually need to have help. Go read the last picture show. It'll tell you all about it.
Okay, wonderful.
Great. Now I definitely am gonna race to fucking Barnes and Noble and get that.
Gotta get it.
Last
Looking
Picture
for
Show's
that
a
book.
Fantastic American novel. It's wonderful.
Hey, Barnes and Noble employee. I'm looking for the book where the guy has sex with all the cows.
Last Picture Show. I got it right here for you.
Okay.
Well, the thing is about Peter Curtin, it wasn't just dogs. Pretty soon, he moved on to sheep, as many young boys did at the time. But it was in this that Peter first made the connection between sex and violence.
This was it.
This was it. Or at the very least, violence done by him. He said that when he was 13, he had broken into a pen and was attempting to have sex with a sheep. The sheep, though, wouldn't sit still, so Peter stabbed it, and in that moment, he ejaculated. But it went far beyond dogs and sheep.
Good, yeah. That's what we're doing the episode, Marcus. If it's stopped there, he could have just been a guy that was with a lot of animals. I don't know.
We're still in the animal kingdom here. Like we're hanging around mammalia.
Are we gonna have a Pink Flamingos chicken scene coming up here anytime soon, or?
Peter Curtin said when he was 14, he broke a squirrel's neck, and in that moment, he ejaculated. Another time, he just saw a horse bleeding to death on the streets, and in that moment,
what happened?
He ejaculated.
Did he really? Okay.
I'm saying, man, to be honest, to be this horny at a point has to be an inconvenience.
Yeah, of course.
I would think so, especially for the animals.
And this continued even during his murder spree. One night in 1930, he was walking near the edge of a lake in Dusseldorf when he spotted a sleeping swan. He grabbed it, cut off the head, then drank the blood flowing from the stump. And in that moment, he ejaculated.
Yep.
Okay, so that
Saw
is-
that coming. That was
Yeah,
no
I did.
Henry Prize winning story there.
I saw that coming. I also think, is that the original ending to The Ugly Duckling?
Whoa, how fucking
I
dark
don't
that
know.
would be. That's if Darren Aronofsky redoes it like in a movie. But do you think he looked at that swamp? He's like, okay, what's the most metal fucking way I can fuck up this lake?
Can you imagine walking through the park? It's so fucking-
good day in the park. Not anymore, bitch.
Oh my goodness! All right.
Yeah, just some maniac drinking blood from this long stump of a swan.
I will tell you what, you can at least thank me for not using a straw.
Can I just say, I guess its neck was the straw that he was using that was just disgusting. But why is it this? So people knew he was doing this.
No.
They did not know this.
No, people
Okay.
did not know he was doing this.
All right. Because
Yeah.
if they did, theoretically, he would have gotten into some trouble,
Yeah,
right?
he wasn't a YouTuber
Okay.
desperate for content.
Okay. All right. Good to know.
Well, Curtin said that many times it wasn't necessarily the act of taking a life that made him ejaculate. It was simply the sight and sound of gushing blood. This is what he said to Dr. Berg during one interview.
You can imagine that, Professor, and you must try it for yourself sometime. How the blood rushes absolutely silently when you cut off the head of a goose.
God, just what a horrible day
Yeah.
to be a janitor at that
problem is that-
therapist's office. When he comes in, you just know in 2 hours you got a lot of cleanup to do.
Well, they put a tin underneath him. They put like a
Oh,
litter
I
box
see.
underneath the chair. But I feel like professors in Germany, I mean, like, to be honest, it's like psychologists in Germany or psychologists in general, it's like, don't get me wrong, there's going to be psychologists out there. I'm going to ask these questions quite a bit as we go. But I feel like psychologists would be like, yes. Like, as soon as it
Oh,
comes in,
you
'cause
got
it's-
one? Like, this is a good
Yeah,
story?
this is a good one, yeah.
And by the way, as far as how Peter preferred his ejaculations, he said spilling it out of a flaccid member was the nicest way of all.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Like you're dropping your gum out of your mouth. It's nothing better than like, when, like, the end
all
of the
right.
strudel.
Fucking soft penis just goes. Just,
Just like at
Good
the end,
Lord.
when you got the toaster strudel and you got that one little like pea-sized dollop of it left in, and you're just trying to slap the packet until it gets all out.
The old one-eye weep. That is disgusting.
But again,
That is-
you can see how it's being contrary.
Yeah.
It's him saying this.
he is
fucked
so
up
contrary and he comes soft?
Yes.
That's how you know he's
stuff.
contrarian?
He is the most libertarian comer of all.
Good Lord.
I don't even need to be hard. Okay, you don't need to be hard.
So when Peter was 16, he decided that he'd had enough of his family, so he ran away from home. His father had just set him up with a job at a local woodwork, so Peter broke in, stole 300 marks, and took off.
And this is actually after that was his father's final, because they knew about the animal fucking.
Yeah.
They knew about all this stuff as a little kid, and he said that's what broke the that's the straw that broke the camel's back with his father, because his father set him up with the job, and then he was just like, fuck you, and he just took money and
All
left.
right. Well, I don't think the straw that broke the camel's back is the proper analogy. We don't need to have any more ejaculate
Yeah,
conversation.
it's the dick that hit the camel's prostate.
Right. But then his dad has no standing here to be ashamed of his son because his dad's a horrible piece of crap himself.
Sure.
It was actually during the investigation into the theft that investigators discovered all of the rape and incest that was going on in the Curtin home, and that's how Peter Curtin's father got arrested and sent to prison.
Okay.
Peter Curtin was caught 4 days after the theft, and thus began a life of imprisonment, theft, rape, arson, and murder that would last for over a quarter century until his capture in 1930. From 1900 to 1904, Peter was in and out of prison for a series of thefts. Then, in 1904, he committed a string of barn arsons that earned him an 8-year stretch behind bars.
Say barn arson, how many times in a row you get a free sub over at Subway? I don't know.
The old Barson there.
And prison was the place, according to Peter Curtin, that made him who he was. Of course, Peter did not blame himself for committing these senseless crimes that had no real purpose. He blamed all his bullshit on authority figures, saying they, quote,
Caused him to be so dedicated at seeking revenge.
Okay.
However, he never went into why that time was so awful. Although Peter was ready to talk to Berg about any of his horrific times, do it with a smile, the only time he'd get angry or really show any emotion other than joy was when prison was brought up.
He said that they, the one thing that, a detail that I saw is that he said that they would use the punishment of fettering more often
That
than
doesn't
not.
sound good.
But that is being chained to a wall. So they said that they would use ankle chains.
Fetters.
Okay.
These
Okay,
fetters.
fetters. Yeah.
They would chain him to a wall, and they said that one of the only times that he was viewed by an outside person is that a local bishop came and saw him in the fetters and was so moved at his punishment he fell to his knees and kissed the fetters out of pure sorrow, which is just like, first of all, disgusting. He was just trying to fucking suck that little boy's feet.
Who knows? So this is like, we talk about the stew all the time. We are in full on. This has got the childhood with the dad.
This is a
got the
slow
best
cooker marinade of a gabadouche. I don't know what the hell this is.
So, and I firmly believe, I'm sure they did horrible things. God knows what they were doing in German prisons in the early 19th century.
Well, I mean,
Or I guess 20th century.
He said he did spend a lot of time in solitary, but he said that was the only time he really enjoyed in prison because he got a little alone time. But mostly, Curtin said he spent all his time thinking about murdering the entire world.
Again, that's why you gotta ask, what you thinking about? What are you thinking about?
But you never say anything. You go, nothing.
Nothing.
That's how you know it's bad. But I will say, this is then the difference between Panzram and him, right? Because I do believe he was thinking about murdering the entire world, but not in sort of that driven, I wish the whole world had a throat so I could crush it thing. I think it actually made him hard.
Yeah, I think he wanted to, because Panzram just wanted to take care of the world all in one fell swoop.
Right.
Peter Curtin wanted to kill every person one by one.
Slowly, huh?
Yeah, he wanted to take care of it himself. In fact, he said this, quote,
I'd think about attacking staff and inmates, setting the place on fire. I'd like to sabotage the railways to kill as many people as possible. Yeah, if I had the means, I would have killed the masses. I would have caused catastrophes.
Honestly, he sounds like a character I just friended in Red Dead Redemption. He sounds like a character I just friended in Red Dead Redemption, and that makes me really young. I'm going to talk to my character about geese, and when we drive by a dead horse, I'm just going to look at him really, really close and make sure everything's okay.
Oh, you mean floating slushies?
But Curtin, he did his time, and when he was released back onto the streets, he made good on his promise to unleash chaos upon the world, hitting the ground running with his first confirmed murder.
Okay.
See, when Peter was released, he went straight back to petty thievery, specializing in houses where the ground floor was used primarily as a business while the families lived and slept upstairs.
Now, the way he puts this, he did do this for survival.
Yeah.
Like, he was on the streets. He was living on the street. He had no other job. I mean, obviously, he didn't try to get an honest job, but a part of it was that he was just stealing to eat as much as he could.
Okay.
So on May 25th, 1913, Peter Curtin targeted an inn called the Wirtshaus Peter Kleinschenke, owned and operated by who else but Peter Klein.
Oh.
On that night, Curtin moved from room to room, finding nothing to steal, until he spotted 10-year-old Christine Klein asleep in her feather bed. Acting on a whim, Curtin entered her room, strangled the little girl, and sawed her throat open with his pocket knife. He then masturbated and left. And there's other details in there too. I'm not going to talk about them. I don't want to talk about them. You don't want to hear them. If you have the burning urge to know the more horrific details of Peter Curtin's crimes, you can go ahead and check it out online, but I don't want to get into it.
His ultimate in perversion, we'll just say it out loud. Just one thing is like he liked to degrade the bodies. That was his favorite. That was his thing. That's what he would do. But for us to go into detail after detail, it's going to be a point where you're just going to drive your car into the fucking river.
Right, exactly. We cannot have dead listeners. So this was the first kill.
This was his first confirmed kill.
He really jumped into the deep end here.
Yeah. That's why I don't think it was his first kill.
Right.
This is a part of it's because the idea of jumping straight from petty theft to full-on sex murder of a little girl on a whim is very interesting, and it's also the way he did it too, because that little pocket knife would become a thing that he did again and again, where he would purposely stab the throat with a little just to make the spurt come out.
Well, he did say that he attempted to strangle a woman in 1899. There was a couple of attempts before this. So this wasn't, I mean, a lot of times the guys, the serial killers, like, they don't go all in with the first kill, even though they may commit some assaults and rapes before that. But Peter Kürten, he went all in.
He knew immediately what he liked. As soon as it happened, the thrill that went through his body was a thing that he said that he was trying to reproduce that feeling again and again and again.
Right.
So the next day after the murder, he returned to the scene of the crime and had a beer at a cafe across the street so he could bask in the misery he'd caused, later saying that all the horror and indignation did him good. Now, Peter had thought that he'd left nothing behind at the crime scene, but it turned out that he'd actually left a very incriminating piece of evidence. He'd dropped a handkerchief that had his initials embroidered into the fabric.
Fucking Mr. Beaning it over here.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, though, PK also happened to be the initials of the victim's father, Peter Klein. So rather than drive the investigation towards Kürten, the handkerchief actually sent investigators on a wild goose chase that damn near got another man hung.
Oh, my God.
Oh, yeah, dude, it destroyed the entire Klein family.
Yeah. See, the night before, Peter Klein was seen having a very public altercation over money with his brother Otto in a local tavern. According to witnesses, the last thing Otto said before he left was that he was going to do something that his brother would remember for the rest of his life.
Cut to him just double-deckering the upstairs toilet. Just be like,
Exactly. I mean,
He's always going to remember this. We're going to laugh about this every Christmas time.
and that's a classic prank.
It's a great prank,
Yeah, naturally.
Now, even though Otto was just as distraught as everyone else, I mean, his niece was dead. His beloved niece had been horrifically murdered. Even though he was just as distraught, brutal crimes, as we well know, often result in hasty arrests. So this poor guy was charged with the murder of his niece, which damn near added a second death to an already tragic murder. Otto, though, was thankfully acquitted, but he was never the same and died in the killing fields of World War I just 2 years later.
Yikes.
Meanwhile, Peter Kürten's impulsive act of murder had only left him wanting more. In June, he began the first of his many phases, because throughout Peter's career, he experimented with a wide range of techniques and weapons, which is part of what made him so difficult to even identify, much less catch.
and to me, that is a subconscious, almost bragging.
Yeah.
The way he would talk about his crimes later on, the simple and direct detail work, and he would talk also about upping his game, and he would talk about trying to add things to his toolbox. He would add stuff like he would say he was searching for a new thrill. Like, he would do all stuff. He would purposely try to make it the crime a way that he would be easily caught, and then he would just manage to get away from everybody, like we talk about with H.H. Holmes.
So he was adapting, and I don't know if this will stay in or not, but you guys have a horrible idea about what's going to happen with Michael Phelps. And I want to say this. Speaking of adapting, Michael Phelps, Olympic hero, hats off, thank you, sir. All those gold medals. Didn't go unnoticed. But you know what else is going? What is going unnoticed? His work in mental health. He is working in mental health now, and you guys think he's a sociopath. And he is not. He's saving lives.
I never thought he was a sociopath. That wasn't my opinion. That was Henry's opinion.
That's Henry's opinion.
Is just saying because of fate and because people like watching our heroes tumble, and because of the pressure of that, I can see Michael Phelps just being in a scenario somewhere in his 40s where, like, there's a dead woman in his pool.
No, it's not happening.
It's not him. It's not him. It's his buddy Craig.
Who?
Craig.
Never have a friend named Craig. No, that's not.
Craig Rowan is a wonderful
Yes,
friend
he's
of
a
mine.
wonderful guy. Your pretty face is going to hell. Check him out on that show. Michael Phelps doing some good work.
He is doing some good work, and I applaud him for being open about his struggles with mental illness.
Yeah, even making his fall even more ripe for the media to allow themselves to dance on his grave.
Guys, you know by now we find true crime fascinating. That's why we love making Last Podcast on the Left and why you love listening to it. And while you probably don't have a vampire stalking your neighborhood, you most likely have other types of crimes and break-ins or robberies. That's not fascinating. That's scary. That's why I'm glad Simply Safe Home Security is partnering up with us. Simply Safe is easy to set up and easy to use. You order the system online, place it in your home, and your home is protected 24/7. It's that easy. Your power goes out during a storm, you're safe. Your Wi-Fi goes down, you're safe. Someone cuts your landline or your power. Simply Safe still calls the police and notifies you right away. No news is good news, and when there's no word from Simply Safe, you know all is well. And you can go back to thinking about true crime stories and not worry about crime in your own backyard. Simply Safe is good at what they do. After all, they've been in business for a decade now, and Last Podcast is proud to have them as a partner. Do us both a favor when you do check out Simply Safe. Go to simplysafe.com/lastpod. Let them know we sent you. That's simplysafe.com/lastpod to protect your home and family today. simplysafe.com/lastpod. Well, the first weapon that Peter Curtin experimented with was a hatchet. At about 11 o'clock on a Saturday night, 1 month after the Klein murder, Curtin had left home with what he called his chopper.
Get back to the chopper!
He spotted a girl of about 20 about to walk into a building alone. Curtin said he walked up behind her just as she was entering, and he whacked her on the head with the thick side of the hatchet, sending her crumpling to the ground without a sound as Peter ran away.
Now, this is very common with Peter Curtin. He is not he sort of tracks his victims, but it's really spur of the moment.
Yeah.
He likes and it's all outside.
He's like Chikatilo.
Yes, it's all just whatever can come, and that's a part of the reason why I think that when you spend a lot of times doing these sort of stalking and doing all this shit, you're opening yourself up to being investigated. You're opening yourself up to being seen, which is a part of the sexual play of people who spend a long time choosing their victims, especially like BTK, where he liked the build, he liked doing up. Where Peter Curtin, who was that he had an impulse, he walked out of the door, he saw somebody, he murdered them immediately.
Yeah. Well, the next month, Curtin walked up to a man sitting on a park bench just as the sun was setting, and Peter sunk the sharp edge of the hatchet into the man's skull again, causing the victim to silently collapse. But this time, Curtin took cover nearby and watched as the blood flowed from the wound. And in that moment, he ejaculated.
He ejaculated.
Oh, I thought that was going to be different this time.
No, absolutely.
Okay.
I do wish he didn't say, "Did I do that?" every single time that he did that, because it's like, again, because catchphrases wear thin, which is why I stopped doing Detective Popcorn for as long as I have.
Right, absolutely.
Well, there was one more attempt made on a sleeping teenage girl, but a man jumped up from a nearby bed just as Curtin was about to swing the hatchet, so Curtin just threw it down on the girl's blanket and ran off. Now, that last one is interesting because there was actually a witness to corroborate the story. The man who jumped out of the bed was the girl's father, and he later reported that he did indeed find a hatchet in his daughter's bed one night after chasing a man away.
But did he go to the police in this situation, or?
It's so fucking difficult. They're already sleeping in a tenement house. It's all this it's so difficult for them to piece all this shit together.
So this is
what
like
are they
lower income.
What are they going to do, I mean, I don't know if it was lower income. I think it was middle, probably lower middle. I'm not sure exactly, but yeah.
So he's been sloppy since day one then, with the handkerchief and now the axe.
Yeah, I mean, he's just kind of doing whatever, but it's also erratic.
It's weird that it's so erratic because he seems like he's all buttoned up. He's got everything, all his shoes are shined.
That's
wearing
what I'm
nice
saying.
Outfits, good mustache.
It's all about the packaging. All of it is on purpose. Each part of it. Him being super erratic is a part of the game. It's about seeing what he can get away with.
Yeah. But that attempt on the teenager, that would be Curtin's last attempt for many years, because in 1914, things got a little hairy in Germany.
What happened, Marcus?
Curtin was conscripted for service in World War I, but predictably deserted before he saw a moment's combat.
Because this is what Marcus and I were talking about a little bit about how it's just if he just held out because he got arrested in 1930, it's like he could have been a part of the fucking German government, or he could have been a successful German businessman.
When you imagine someone yelling at him, I think he just freak out.
That's what we said.
He's got too much of a rebellious streak. He couldn't stand authority, so he actually probably would have hated the Nazis.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, but for different reasons than everyone
He
else.
just doesn't like to be told what to do.
Exactly.
He's like, I'll be a Nazi on my own. I was already doing the Nazi shit. You're a bunch of fucking hacks stealing my bullshit.
Well, because he deserted, he was arrested soon after, and he spent the entirety of World War I plus 3 years extra in a military prison and was released in 1921 after 7 years.
So you got to miss the whole war.
Missed
Yeah.
the whole thing, yeah.
Not so bad, actually, really. Kind of got exactly what he wanted in a way.
Following that, Peter reconnected with one of his sisters and joined her in a small town called Altenburg, where he made the acquaintance of his future wife, Augusta. Now, Augusta had a bit of a checkered past herself.
I think it's kind of fun.
She had shot and killed a gardener with whom she'd had an 8-year relationship after he suddenly broke off their engagement in 1911. And she'd done 5 years in prison for the crime.
That's sexy.
Prison sentences are quite interesting given the extreme crimes.
It's
but
just like, you got 5 years for the murdering of a stupid little garden.
it's not right.
It's not right. But it's very interesting because he showed up at his sister's house. He showed up at his sister's house. And it's like a whole other guy showed up. He showed up being like, "Sister, I'm here. I'm going to bring the sort of house guest life back into this house. I'm your Sinbad."
Yeah, it's like when Fester shows up in Adam's family, and you're like, I don't think he's really Fester. I don't know.
But
And
was
he
super
didn't tell
friendly.
his sister like where that he'd been in prison the entire time. He's like, "Oh yeah, I was in the war. It kind of sucked, but I'm fine. I'm here now."
Anyway, now back to dancing at the discotheque. But he met Augusta, and she was like, because they were desperate to hook Augusta up because Augusta was a spinster because she sort of killed her last fiance.
Kinda, yeah, seems like it.
Now, the romantic myth of these two that somehow got propagated over the years was that Peter Curtin was a monster to the rest of the world, yet was a kind and loving husband to his wife, and he was never ever mean to her, much less abusive.
It is the exact opposite.
Always. This is the
yeah.
Iceman narrative, too. These people are horrible.
It's the exact same narrative as the Iceman, because as we know, like the monster in the streets, sweetheart in the sheets trope doesn't exist in the real world.
You got to flip that.
Yeah. A psychopath is a psychopath no matter what, and they don't just magically leave their shit outside when they come home at night.
I mean, isn't the only one that I would push back mildly on is Dennis Rader? Because I heard, according to his oldest daughter, he was actually a really good dad.
I'm going to bring this up again. This is the connection between him and BTK. And I'd love for a psychologist, a listener, to tell me if I'm right or if I'm wrong or their opinion about this. Is that I believe that Curtin, same thing with BTK, all of it is the game.
Yeah.
All of it is the
Right,
game.
so-
Being a good dad was actually like a psychopathic victory for Dennis Rader. Being a quote-unquote successful husband, which you're going to find out, though, he did repeatedly rape his own wife.
Yeah.
He was very, very abusive. He was a terror to be around. But a part of it is the outside of it, a whole part of it. It's like, how empty are psychopaths?
Yeah.
Like, and I mean like clinical psychopaths. Like, can they actually feel the emotion of love? Do they know what that means?
No.
Because love is specifically about having empathy and understanding of somebody else's feelings and looking out for somebody else in their life. So am I imagining, it's like, I can't, for the amount of chaos and horror that both of those men caused, that the idea that they would flip and be somebody else, it's like, I don't think so. I don't think that's possible.
No. Dennis Rader's the only one that stands out in my mind.
Well, I think Henry's right about that, with at least as far as like Dennis Rader goes, because like, I mean, you could see Dennis Rader, providing for his family, and his wife telling him, like, I love you so much, you're so good to us, you're such a good man, and him just thinking in his head,
can't wait to get back to the garage. I got a brand new pair of panties in there.
And then because you know what it is, because from what I've read about psychopathology, is that it's not evil. It's shallowness.
Yeah.
It's this thing. It's that there's nothing there. There is no Peter Curtin. It's just a man operating like a robot in order to keep his shit together in society.
Yeah. Well, for an example, as far as Peter and Augusta went, they went out on a couple of dates when they first met, and when Augusta refused to sleep with Peter, he told her he'd stick a knife through her ribs if she didn't. By 1923, they were married, and that pattern held until he went to prison. And for some reason, some people, like these writers out there, are trying to make it sound like, oh, Peter Kürten, that's the one thing he loved his wife so much, and he sacrificed so much for his wife.
Some people don't have redeeming qualities.
Yeah, exactly. Some people are just straight up pure monsters.
You know what it is, though? It's selling a narrative. I can see why you want that, because a part of it, you want to say that it makes him more interesting, that he has this double life.
Yeah,
but
it's why the Iceman was, why they made
that
movie the way they did in the Iceman.
Dylan Klebold, Eric Harris, same fucking bullshit. I hate that lie.
Yeah.
Propagated lie over and over again. It's so bad. They're just bad people.
Yeah. Well, the saddest part about Augusta was that she believed that she deserved her life with Peter Kürten because she'd killed her ex-fiancé over a decade earlier, and that anything that he did to her was just punishment for what she'd done. But at the very least, Peter Kürten did not immediately go back to a life of public crime following his release from prison like he had the time before. He kept his shit relatively under control for a full 4 years until he arrived back in Dusseldorf in 1925.
But he purposely sought out going back to Dusseldorf.
Yes, he did.
There was something about going back to the old stomping grounds that he wanted. He was like, because I wanted to go back and bring hell specifically to Dusseldorf.
Right, like how Michael Myers goes back to Haddonfield.
It's exactly like that. And that, in Dusseldorf, is when Peter Kürten's true reign of horror began in 1925. He started by attacking women on the street, strangling and raping 4 between 1925 and 1928. And in that same period, Kürten committed, by his reckoning, 32 cases of arson around Dusseldorf. Those included 2 houses, 4 barns, 1 plantation, a forest, and a whole shitload of sheds.
Jeez.
A lot of sheds.
So many sheds.
So hard to put up a shed. You gotta
really
you gotta plank it all down. And you know what it is, too? And then Kürten said it, because his favorite part, it wasn't about the fires and stuff. It's like, he loved the chaos afterwards. He loved seeing all the people struggle to go. And all he ever did was hope that somebody was inside, that they would die.
Yeah. So he's doing horrible things to people, horrible things to anything around.
Yeah, anything around him. Yeah, in one night alone in 1929, he set fires in 10 locations. And all this was building back to the act that Kürten had first supposedly committed when he was just 9 years old. Murder.
Murder. Honestly, he and Varg Vikernik may have been good friends. Didn't Varg burn down a bunch of churches?
Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah, they'd have a great time, yeah.
Well, the first true attempt at murder in Dusseldorf came on February 3rd, 1929. During Peter's lunch break from the factory that day, he decided that after his shift ended, it was finally time to kill again. And it was going to be either a woman or a child.
Do you think
whichever one he came across first.
Do you think that he had a calendar? That he just went and he would just go through the days and he just randomly wrote them in, like, kill again, like just
got to the day.
February 3rd.
It was on his lunch break. He said he was walking around Dusseldorf and was just looking around and thought, like, today's a day. All right, let's do it after work. Yeah, no, my lunch break's almost over, so I don't have enough time to fit it in before.
You know, I do. It is interesting. He's like, but I've got to go to work. My boss is going to yell at me. I'm just 5 minutes late.
But it's so important to tell other people your goals, so you're held accountable to it. So I made sure I told the man that is the bathroom attendant at the factory. I said, well, today I'm going to kill again. And he went, okay, sir.
My goodness.
Yeah, so after he got off work, Kürten wandered the streets until he found a young woman named Maria Kuhn. He grabbed her from behind by the lapels, pulled her behind a bush, and brought out a pair of scissors. He covered her mouth with one hand and stabbed her 24 times with the other. Then he ran away. However, Maria Kuhn survived. Now, Sweeney, for some reason, wrote in Monster that Kürten let her live in the hopes that she would tell the police about what happened, but it was a foregone conclusion that she was going to tell the police. And that doesn't really make much sense anyway, because Peter Kürten didn't want to get caught. He wasn't a guy that wanted attention necessarily, like, not to him completely. If he got caught, then he wasn't able to do anything else to make people feel weird. In fact, that claim is actually contradicted by Kürten himself. He said that he was surprised when he was cleaning the attempted murder weapon, and because he found that only 10 millimeters had broken off the sharp end of the scissors. And he was surprised because he was like, I thought I stabbed much deeper than that.
But I guess not. I guess they did not. It's like when you're planking for a minute and you check the clock again and you think, oh, I got to be almost done. And it's
Right.
like you've only been doing it for like 25 seconds.
Yeah, it is like that, Henry. it is indeed.
Yeah.
That is interesting. So did he use the scissors because it was another random?
Just wanted to.
fucking
Yeah.
there.
So he's used.
Yeah.
So he's got the hatchet. He's got the scissors.
He looked at the scissors and thought, "Wouldn't that be fun?" I mean, and that was his entire thought process. He'd look at a weapon and he'd think, "Boy, that'd be a lark, wouldn't it?" So let's use the scissors this time.
All right.
Don't they teach that in the Mossad and stuff like that, where it's like you can kill people with a soda can, you can kill people with
I
like
don't
a
mess
chair
with
and
them.
shit.
I don't mess with Mossad or Krav Maga or anything like that. Like those guys that's a different level
But
altogether.
yeah, they can just do that though. They can just
Yeah.
grab stuff and kill you with
Yeah,
it.
they can sharpen a strand of hair and poke it through your neck.
No, not my hair now. I only have so many left.
I know.
Well, Curtin would not make the same mistake with his next victim, and this one would be far crueler than the last. And I think, let's say gold star on this one.
Yeah, it's all rough. The
Yeah,
whole
it's a,
thing.
well, I would say this whole, like, just know throughout this entire series, like, there's going to be some pretty fucking rough murders here. On February 9th, Peter Curtin spotted 8-year-old Rosa Olinger playing alone in her front yard. He snatched her up, covered her mouth, and took her to the nearby woods where he choked her unconscious. Then he stabbed the child 13 times, including once in the left temple. Curtin then pressed his lips to the temple wound and drank the blood that flowed forth, and thus the vampire of Dusseldorf was truly born. Then he went to the fucking movies.
He does this a lot. It seems that after crimes, like he'll go and fucking grab a beer.
Yeah,
just,
grab
like,
a
hang
beer,
out.
go, and he said he went to the movies because he still had a free ticket in his pocket. Like he discovered that he had a free ticket and was like, oh, that sounds like fun. Let's go do that. That's how blasé he was about this.
Okay.
But also keep in mind that the blood sucking is just what Peter Curtin said he did. There was rumors in one of the autopsy reports that was like, well, that could be a bite mark. It might be a bite mark, but we can't confirm that. And also, like, it's hard to believe that a man could pull off something like the murder of Rosa Olinger or the attempted murder of Maria Kuhn without walking away completely covered in blood.
Right.
But rather acknowledging that, this is a near impossibility, Curtin turned it into what seemed like a point of pride. He said that he rarely got bloodstains on his clothing.
He also, remember, people wore more clothes then.
Yeah.
When that's the way he would even describe it too. He would remove his jacket, and then he would cover himself up. He would do a thing that's a little bit blood. I can also see the way he did it, because the way it seemed to be is that he would knock him unconscious, get him on the ground, stab him while they're on the ground.
Yeah.
So he's up above and then carefully doing it as much as he can because, again, wants total control.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Peter almost always committed his crimes outside. The wounds match up with what Peter said he did, and the timelines match up as well. And he knew shit that only the killer would know, so he wasn't taking credit for the crimes of others. And yet, no one ever saw Peter Curtin walking through the streets of Dusseldorf, obviously looking like he'd just killed someone. But either way, even after the murder, Curtin was not yet done with Rosa Olinger. After the movie, Curtin filled up a bottle of petroleum and returned to the body of his victim with the intention of setting it on fire. But since it was the evening and too many people were out and about, he went back home. He woke up the next morning at 6 a.m., told his wife that he was going to the bathroom, and then just left the house.
He's going to do what he's going to do.
Yeah.
You're going to tell him not to? Because you've seen what he does when you tell him not to do shit. He flips out.
He returned to the crime scene, poured gasoline on the body, and set it aflame. He said he felt no sexual charge from this act in particular, and the only reason why he did it was to cause excitement and general indignation.
Yeah, dude, so you can watch it across the street. He went and he got a beer across the street and watching the whole scene unfold. Just sit and watch all the cops come with a burning body sitting there, and then it died down.
So he wasn't aroused with all the fires and stuff like
He was.
that?
He
He was aroused.
It was just this one in particular.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, there was another one. Yeah, yeah. No, he was definitely, the fires definitely aroused him, but not in the same way that it's really strange because it's not in the same way that makes guys like David Berkowitz, how arson made him hard.
Right.
For Peter Curtin, like, it wasn't about just watching the flames; it was about the chaos that it caused.
All the cops showing up and shit.
So he's just watching, and then he gets to be his god. He's like, they don't even know that I'm the one who caused all of this.
No, but
and
then
all of
he
that
would
kind of stuff.
He would then insert himself into the investigation.
Yeah, because when the police started interviewing guys in the area, Peter just kind of threw out a little bait so the police would question him. He was just kind of standing there, like, acting like he had some important information, but he was just too shy to share.
You're going to have to maybe give me a little bit of chocolate if I were going to say something. But he would go and he would talk to the police like our old friend Bumblebutt.
Oh, yeah, like old Ed Kemper.
Yeah, we've talked about this before, and you see that in I think we've mentioned the first 48, whenever someone's like, I gotta sell it, I'm innocent. They're like, who are you? Why are you here? I didn't do it.
That's for sure.
Yeah, Peter Curtin, he extracted as much information as he could from this police officer, because it's all about getting someone to tell your own story back to you.
So Peter Curtin's just listening to the cop, being like, what do they know?
Yeah.
How close are they?
Yeah,
Do they think it's me?
And it's like, well, not do they think it's me, but it's not even necessarily about seeing how the investigation is going. It's seeing how much information you can get about the crime from the cop.
Also,
I see.
hearing the details of what you find out, what they know about the body, would get him visibly erect. Like, we keep saying, like, the hard thing, like it's me being funny saying hard. It is, he said that he wouldn't understand how he could speak to a police officer, and he was like, I'm sitting here with a full erection, speaking with the officer. And no one says anything because everybody's too, I guess, polite, or a different social standards.
Yeah, but I don't know. How many times are you talking to a dude and you, like, happen to look down at his crotch? I don't look down at people's crotches. If you had a boner right now, I wouldn't be able to tell.
I would have no idea. I don't know. I mean,
certainly don't.
I don't know. Interesting. Whoa.
Yeah, and Peter said the entire time he was talking to the police officer, he's just sitting there fantasizing that he was fantasizing about killing him.
Oh, yeah, that was fun, because he was a rookie.
Yeah.
That was the problem. He talked this, like, fucking goobery dude. He's like, well, there's a lot of contingencies in a police case. But as it was just like, I knew how easy it would be to kill this police officer right in front of me in the rush of that. It engorged me, watching his little Andy Rooney lips slipping back and forth in his hat, wobbling on his tiny little head off.
Andy Rooney lips. Andy Rooney was classic. What was the name of his segment? Let me tell you something, Bert. You're being mean to me. What was the name of that one?
This is terrible. That's terrible.
No, Andy Rooney, the 60 Minute?
Yeah.
Is that him? Who was the one that was in the cop show?
Are you thinking of Mickey Rooney?
No.
Mickey Rooney was in the Little Rascals.
Well, the one
Andy
with Don,
Rooney.
the one with Don Knotts.
I don't.
Andy Griffith.
Yeah.
Andy Griffith. Andy Rooney would be like, why is there still a thing around cigarette packs? What is it, going for a swim?
Yeah,
Like, he was angry about everything.
Yeah, Andy Rooney just sounded like a really serious Jerry Seinfeld.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, Peter Curtin, for his next murder, he changed his victim profile yet again. 3 days after the Olinger murder, Peter traveled to the Dusseldorf suburb of Flinger Nord.
Just making up names.
We'll call it a Flinger Nord. With any luck, it'll stick.
There, he followed a popular local mechanic named Rudolf Scheer out of a beer house after Rudolf had tied one on.
He was on his bike.
Yeah. Curtin approached Scheer on the side of the road and stabbed him 20 times, including the temple, which would turn into a calling card of sorts for Curtin until he switched his methods once again.
Okay.
And just like with Olinger, Curtin stuck around until Scheer's body was discovered the next morning. Then, in order to build a tolerance back up, Peter Curtin took a summer vacation from murder. And that's where we'll pick back up for the conclusion of Peter Curtin.
Oh, my God.
I'll tell you what, you can take a vacation from murder, but murder can't take a vacation from you.
That's right.
Look at that. Remember that, everyone. Be safe on your vacations, but that's not until next summer, so forget about it for now.
What? How did this become about vacations? I will say this, is that if you're thinking about murdering, you know what I think you should do?
No.
I mean, don't do it.
That's number one.
Get a pumpkin.
Get a pumpkin, carve it
You
up.
can stab the fuck out of a pumpkin.
We had a great time carving our pumpkin this week. Yeah, go ahead and get yourself. I mean, even though this episode's coming out like after Halloween is over and done with. But you know what? Just go out. I bet there's a bunch of pumpkins out on surplus. You can buy some like old pumpkins, and then you still got a
Absolutely.
pumpkin for a couple days. You buy
Stab it,
and a discount pumpkin. Do something creative with it.
Yeah, and again, it was the true crime boom in Germany. This was horrible what happened there. If you want to make it on our show, find an alien. That's the only
That's the
way,
big one.
or a ghost.
Yes,
aliens
please.
or ghosts. That is the only way you're going to do it.
Yeah,
Only
we
way.
won't. We will not. If we find out you're a listener and you're a serial killer, we're not going to cover you.
No.
I'm going to tell you this right now. We won't.
We absolutely will not.
We'll think about it.
Out of principle.
I want alien footage.
Alien footage would be wonderful. But thanks everyone for listening. We'll be back next week with Peter Cartman Part 2. But we're going to be on tour next week.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
We're going to be coming to Dallas, Austin, and Oklahoma City next
Yes.
week. We still got tickets available, so be sure to come on out for that. Go to lastpodcastonTheLeft.com to buy your tickets. That is November 7th in Dallas, November 8th in Austin, and November 9th in Oklahoma City.
And we got tickets available for OK City and Dallas.
Yes.
Go get those tickets. They are going to sell out. We're going to have a good ass time.
Ooh, yeah. Don't
It's-
wait till the I know a lot of you guys are waiting till the last minute.
Uh-oh.
Don't wait till the last minute.
Don't wait till the last minute.
fucking do it.
Don't do it. Can't wait to see everyone in Texas again. And Oklahoma City. I've never been, and I am really excited.
Baby.
It's nice.
I've heard it's nice.
We are going to get some fucking steaks.
Yeah.
In OK City, baby.
Oh,
yeah. I already know that we are already planning on it. I'm already
Nice.
finding us a place.
Very nice.
Don't fucking worry your little cholesterol leveled head, boys.
care.
We're going to get so much animal fat injected into our holes, we're not going to even be able to do that show.
All right, it's canceled.
And of course, we're also coming to Indianapolis on the 30th, on November 30th. That's going to be our warm-up show for our big Chicago double shot. We're going to be filming a special. So
We're going to
everyone,
be getting the let out also
We're going to be going out to Indianapolis on November 30th. We're going to be warming up for our double shot in Chicago. So we'll see everybody out there in the Windy City. Coming up next, we got Detroit Rock City from here.
Oh, man, I thought Mancow was going to be on.
KUIJ Rock 108, Abilene's only rock.
Thank you for embracing what people like to insult us by saying that we're shock jocks, but guess what, man? We like it.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Actually like it.
Yeah, we kind of grew up listening to that shit.
That's
so.
what we do, and guess what? It just means, as far as I'm concerned, you're just mad that we have energy.
There it is.
Yes, there are plenty of places if you like. Peter Curtin, the Vampire of Dusseldorf.
Now, isn't that an unfortunate series of events?
Honestly, it was so funny. I was just thinking about this story. About 7 or 8 years ago, I met with the dude at NPR. Really nice guy.
But then
and
he's like,
I was
"Guess I'm so
touring
glad.
the.
Do you want a bottle of water? Or
I was just touring the studios, and it was. I think it was Lear, Jim Lear, or someone was doing a show, and he looked so sad. They were like the sad guy in Howard Stern when he's
Are you
like.
talking about Tom Lair?
Yeah, he's great.
I love
But
Tom
I
Lair.
love him too. But it was just, I was like, we don't do that kind of radio. And then I remember I was like, yeah, man, I really love radio. I think we're doing a lot of good work. And I sent him Round Table of Gentlemen. And I don't think that that's really for NPR.
You sent Tom Lair a round table?
The main guy.
Oh, the main
Who was in
guy.
charge of program. I was like, I think he's going to love it.
You gotta love it.
He didn't email me back.
I remember you telling me about that. You were like, dude, I just made this great contact at NPR. Gonna send him round. Which episode of Round Table you think I should send him? I was like, dude, I don't know.
I don't know any one
What about the one where they drink all the Four Locos or like the other ones?
Well, thank you guys so much. Please give it to our Patreon if you so choose.
If you
Yes,
so
thank
choose.
you.
And thank you to everybody who already gives to our Patreon. Yeah, if you
Yep.
feel like we deserve a little bit of compensation for the show, you can go to patreon.com/lastpodcastonleft. And you also get a bunch of cool bonus stuff, including interviews, t-shirts, stickers, depending on how much you donate. So thanks to everyone who already donates, and thank you in advance
Yes.
to anyone who plans on
And
it.
support all the shows here on LPN. All right, everyone, hail yourselves.
Hail Satan. Follow LP on the left for all the bullshit
Uh-oh.
if you want to do that.
Okay, yeah, sure.
And Hell King.
Hail me!
Magustalations.
Halloween has passed, but the spirits still live.